birds up and down in altitude based on the seasons and snowfall. And eventually they learned how to store food to last over the winter months as Andeans began to permanently settle high altitude areas. Because of the freezing temperatures, Andeans had to learn how to freeze dry food to make it last longer in order to survive the winter. What is that saying? Necessity is the mother of invention. The harsh climate of the Andes led directly to a lot of invention for anyone who figured out how to survive there. The Inca would figure out how to construct giant warehouses of freeze-dried foods that were used to feed government employees, engineers, armies, nobles, etc. They became ancient masters of food storage. Food stores would keep their livestock and cities alive during the harsh winters. The Andes are frosty the majority of the year, even in the summer. At a lot of different altitudes. Peasants would fill warehouses with food for times of poor crop yield or freezing temperatures. At one point, there were literally thousands of these warehouses along some 15,000 miles of ancient road winding throughout the Andes. When the Spanish showed up, they were fucking pumped to find those warehouses. Right? It was like a bunch of primitive 7-Elevens that locals had built for them, just unable to defend them. Imagine that. Imagine you show up in a new world where you and your friends are the only people with guns and maybe Kevlar body armor. The locals have no armor, no guns, but a lot of stuff that you want. And if you feel like taking their shit, you can. And that's what the Spaniards did. They were able to conquer Andeans, partially because of all this food, stealing it as they moved along, using their designs to later build their own warehouses. How ironic, too, that these peoples built these storehouses for their own survival. And then at one point when the Spaniards came over, those same storage facilities led directly to their downfall. Because they were able to just, never have to worry about hunger for the conquistadors as they just marched through the region, getting snack after snack at these places. The Inca state was the largest political unit in the Andes when the Spaniards showed up. Their state expanded across present-day northern Ecuador, Argentina, and Chile. At the height of their power, the Inca controlled most of present-day Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina. By 1532, these places were part of the Inca state known as Tawantinsuyu. It's a tricky word. It translates to the realm of four parts. I can say that part great. The Inca state didn't interfere with local villages they conquered, which meant that the unique cultures were well preserved until the age of exploration. And the people of these cultures, the people of the Andes, learned how to live way the fuck up in the mountains. It's the altitude that makes the Andes Mountains more physiologically demanding to live in than most other areas of the world. Ancient peoples routinely lived at over 10,000 feet. For comparison, only one state in the United States has any incorporated community situated at over 10,000 feet. That's Colorado. The roughly 300, year-round residents of Alma, Colorado, at an elevation of approximately 10,578 feet, live in the highest
Shake that banana to cool. Shake that banana. Okay, that sounds bad now that I said it out loud. Why did I say it 3 times? Thank you, Ronan.
There are homes where people live year-round along the Rockies, above 11,000 feet. But
I'm in the middle of resizing some stuff so that it can actually work as emotes.
16,000 people in Peru, La Rinconada, that sits at roughly 16,700 feet in elevation, more than a mile higher than the highest post office in the U.S. It's the highest current human settlement in the world, so high it's above the tree line. Trees literally will not grow there. And there are small groups of people that live year-round at even higher elevations in the Andes, which is insane. I stayed a few days in Cusco, Peru. Almost 500,000 people living at just over 11,000 feet, one-time capital of the Inca Empire, and I struggle with some altitude sickness.
Yeah, I gotta resize it.
I might have struggled a little bit less because I chewed on a lot of coca leaves because it will help with altitude sickness. Also, makes you feel a little high because it's.
So I gotta resize it, but let me play some music. So resizing it, going to the website to resize it. And then hope you've been doing good. What you been up to, kitty cat, yo? What you been up to? I'm fixing the sizes over here on the website, and I'm doing it real quick so I can get to actual fucking work. Let's see. Evening, Bedragon. Let me go. I don't know what to even draw for it. I gotta draw something for it. I just thought we could play something like this because it's. I like it. It's funny. Used to know. Somebody that I used to. Now you're just somebody that I used to. So weird hearing my own voice on the video it recorded. Oh yeah, it's weird. You'll get used to it. Oh, Rabbit, there's nothing here for you except to read it. Like, I know. Now give me the Doritos. So I resized it real quick. I'm trying to think of what I need to draw for this. I mean, I was... Feel so loved. Somebody. This is a nice version of this song, yeah. It's someone's remix, and I found it, and it's very good. I just found it one day and I was like, damn, pretty good. Pretty hot. Pretty hot. So, since we're all alone, you guys and me.
It's cocaine. Loved having a valid medical reason to chew on those leaves. They would hand that shit out when you got to. And those people are the people that we're most proud to say work for Papa John's Pizza. Better bodies, better people. Papa John's. I wish I knew how to get that out of my head. Killing all these notes. It was all I could think about. But seriously, people in the Andes have literally evolved to adapt themselves better to high altitude living. Continually amazed at what a resilient and adaptive species we meat sacks are. These people are often referred to as
starfinder.
Andean is a general term to describe people who live in the mountains. Important to remember, the mountains span multiple countries. People, who are classified as Andean speak multiple languages. There are, a variety of unique cultures that exist under that umbrella term. We'll briefly go over a bit of this. Andean includes parts of Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Venezuela. Not Uruguay. Each area relies on the mountains for different economic reasons. Really want to weave some reasons into another Papa John reference right now, but not going to. Willpower. Thank you for the strength, Nimrod. Oldest human remains found on this mountain, 10,000 to 12,000 years old. Fairly recent in terms of human history. Understandably, the Andes, probably not one of our ancestors' first choices when it came to where to settle down. Where to live? Warm beach near so many delicious fish, yummy fruit and vegetables, and amazing soul-nourishing weather that almost never kills us or makes our joints ache? Or should we live in a rocky, frozen, barren wasteland full of almost nothing but death and cold? Despite no actual remains being found yet, most historians agree that human habitation of the Andes began earlier than 12,000 years ago. It's especially hard to say with any real certainty, partially because modern documented history didn't begin until the 16th century. By the 1530s, when the Spanish arrived in the region, the mountains were already widely populated, and the indigenous people knew the land well.
Hello, Nito Keto.
A sophisticated
Hello,
system
everybody.
of cities and roads. When people stereotypically think of the Andes as bleak and economically destitute, people like this idiot right here.
I can work on this.
Maybe we tend to forget that the Andes were.
I'll work on this.
When the land was conquered by the Aztec and Inca empires.
And then I'll work
It was full
on
of thriving cultures, archaeology, city planning, advanced technology. All of that continued to most.
Is that
areas
okay,
until
guys?
The damn naughty boy, naughty girl Spaniards showed up. Mostly naughty boys, bringing new diseases and a general policy of assimilate, be subjugated, or fucking brutally die. The Spanish invasion led to a massive decline in the quality of life over the first several centuries following their arrival. For the local people, at least. The Spaniards they did fucking great. They thrived, made a lot of money, sent a lot of gold back to the crown at a lot of other people's expense.
Hope
When the Spaniards
everybody's
conquered the
doing
area, they shifted
good.
the industry from agriculture to the extraction of precious minerals, something that still
Hope
dominates the
everybody's
economy today.
enjoying
The Andes
themselves.
today are actually less populated, less urbanized than they were over 5 centuries ago in 1500 CE. And that is unusual. Not many other places on Earth are.
When I
less
realize the
urban
Wendigo
than they
does
were
not have
over
a
half a
Wendigo
millennia
and I am in grave danger.
Historians agree that human occupation likely began in parts of the Andes.
One day
as
I
far
will
back as
join
20,000
Goat on
years ago.
a stream.
Then it took over
It's
10,000
the
years to
gold now.
transition from hunter-gatherer societies
okay.
to agrarian-based cultures. The
I
development of
believe in
agriculture
you.
occurred around 8,000
You can
years
do
ago
it.
when humans in the Andes developed specialized tools and techniques for farming, so they could gather better
See
ingredients.
it.
You get it. Two big accomplishments made the mountains fully inhabitable. Adapting many crops to be better suited to the altitude, and domesticating llamas and alpacas for help with packing goods, farming, and having a reliable and renewable source of protein year-round. I can't remember which one of those animals I ate when I was down in Peru. I just remember it made Monroe super sad. I think it was an alpaca. I think I had an alpaca steak. It was delicious. There's one you're not supposed to eat, one you are supposed to eat. One incentive for settling in high altitudes was nutrient-rich pastures for livestock, watered by glaciers. Alpacas also able to thrive at around 13,000 feet. Ancient Andean people evolved to own large herds of alpacas and also llamas and found space for them to graze in the Andes. During part of the year, of course, at the higher altitudes. They weren't grazing those woolly fuckers in the dead of winter up towards the peaks. They'd move their herds up and down in altitude based on the seasons and snowfall. And eventually they learned how to store food to last over
Harry
the winter
Potter
months as
to
Andeans
Electric
began to permanently
Boogaloo.
settle high altitude areas. Because of the freezing temperatures, Andeans had to learn how to
My
freeze dry
goodness.
food to make it last longer in order to survive the winter.
Thank you, Big Battle. Now, of
What was that
course,
saying?
when
Necessity is the
you
mother of
before
invention.
joining the
The
Discord
harsh climate
call
of
on
the Andes led
stream,
directly to a lot
you have
of
to
innovation,
sign
invention
of
for
confidential
anyone who figured
release
out how to
form.
survive
Oh
there.
yeah,
The Inca would figure out how to construct giant warehouses of freeze-dried
I mean
foods
in India,
that were used to feed government employees,
non-disclosure.
engineers, armies, nobles, etc. They became ancient masters of food storage. Food stores would keep their livestock and cities alive during the harsh winters. Andes are frosty the majority of the year, even in the summer. At a lot of different altitudes. Peasants would fill warehouses with food for times of poor crop yield or freezing temperatures. At one point, there were literally thousands of these warehouses along some 15,000 miles of ancient road winding throughout the Andes. When the Spanish showed up, they were fucking pumped to find those warehouses. Right? It was like a bunch of primitive 7-Elevens that locals had built for them, just unable to defend them. I mean,
Bad
imagine that.
color.
You show up in a new world where you and your friends are the only people with guns and maybe Kevlar body armor. The locals have no armor, no guns, but a lot of stuff that you want.
Wow.
And if you feel like
Too
taking
bright.
their shit, you can. And that's what the Spaniards did. They're able to conquer Andeans, partially because of all this food, stealing it as they moved along, using their designs to later build their own warehouses. How ironic, too, that these peoples built these storehouses for their own survival. And then at one point when the Spaniards came over, those same
That's what I'm
storage
trying to think.
facilities
Thank you, Blood.
led directly
Yeah.
to their downfall. Because they were able to just
Yeah.
never have to worry about hunger for the conquistadors as they just marched through the region, getting snack after snack at these places. The Inca state was the largest political unit in the Andes when the Spaniards showed up.
Oh, it'd be 20. Oh, they're running now with 20 people. Oh.
You get to watch us slowly, sleepily figure this out.
Oh, I did. Oh, I got raised.
These places were part of the Inca state known as Tehuantan. Oh boy, Tehuantinsuyu. It's a tricky word. It translates to the realm of 4 parts. I can say that part great.
Got the
The
next
Inca
2
state didn't
days
interfere with
off.
local
Tomorrow I'm
villages they
gonna
conquered,
have
which meant that the unique cultures
be
were
a
well
my
preserved
first
until the
official
age of exploration.
stream where I try to
And
play
the people of these cultures,
dot
the people
hack,
of the
so
Andes,
hopefully
learned how
I
to
will
live way
that
the
stuff.
fuck up in the mountains.
True.
It's the altitude that makes the Andes Mountains more physiologically demanding to live in than most other areas of the world. Ancient peoples routinely lived at over 10,000 feet. For comparison, only one state in the United States has any incorporated community situated at over 10,000 feet. That's Colorado. The roughly 300, year-round residents of Alma, Colorado, at an elevation of approximately 10,578 feet, live in the highest town in the U.S. when considering only areas with permanent residents. Its post office, located at the highest elevation of any post office in the nation. I mean, there are homes where people live year-round along the Rockies, above 11,000 feet, but very rare. Again, for comparison, there is a town of over 16,000 people in Peru, La Rinconada, that sits at roughly 16,700 feet in elevation, more than a mile higher than the highest post office in the U.S.
Oh,
It's the highest
dragon
current human
cow.
settlement in the world.
I don't know if
high,
there's a
it's above the tree
name for
line,
this
trees
dragon
literally will not
cow.
grow there. And there are small groups of people that live
I don't
year-round
know
in
if there's
higher elevations in the Andes, which is insane.
a name for
I
this
stayed a few
dragon
days in,
cow.
Cusco, Peru. Almost 500,000 people live in
I'm
just
doing
over
this
11,000
commission
feet.
for
One-time capital of the
Dragon.
Inca Empire, and I struggle with some altitude sickness. Lindsay and the kids did as well. I might have struggled a little bit less because I chewed on a lot of coca
All
leaves.
right.
Because it will help with
So
altitude
who's-
sickness. Also, makes you
Hell
feel a little
yeah,
high 'cause
Blood
it's
Hide.
cocaine.
Love to
Love
see
having a
it.
valid medical reason to chew on those leaves. They would hand that shit out when you got off the
Well,
plane at the airport. It's
technically
fantastic.
she's supposed to
Wish they
be
did that here.
androgynous, but
fucking Nixon.
whenever
I probably should explain
you
altitude
get
sickness
big
before I move
old
forward, since all the
eyelashes,
crash
I always
survivors
think
would have to deal
not
with this on
Nix,
top of everything else.
not
altitude sickness.
not
It's
really
caused by
androgynous.
ascending too rapidly, right? You're going up in altitude too fast. And that doesn't allow
We'll
your
call
body
them.
enough time to acclimate, to adjust to reduced oxygen levels, to changes in air pressure.
We'll do.
Symptoms include headache, vomiting, insomnia, reduced performance and coordination.
How
You
about
have,
that?
more trouble moving, more trouble thinking.
After
It's
its
compared to
daddy
feeling like you have a
named
hangover. That's what it was for me. Extreme
after
altitude
their
sickness can
daddy,
lead to high
who
altitude
is named
pulmonary
Buh.
edema, build up of fluid in the lungs that can be dangerous and even life-threatening. Most common cause of death from altitude sickness is pulmonary edema. You can also develop high-altitude cerebral edema, a severe rare form of altitude sickness that happens when there's too much fluid in the brain. It too is life-threatening.
We'll just call
The
them
best
Buh.
treatment is, go to a lower altitude. That's the best way to feel better quick. Obviously, that was not an option for the crash survivors who were fucking stranded in extreme weather. They didn't have the correct equipment to travel through. You're also supposed to drink more water at higher altitudes. You need to consume more calories. It's hard on your body. If you can't get to a lower altitude, you need time to, acclimate, which can take days or weeks, depending on how much higher you now find yourself than your body's used to being at. The rugby team ended up at a much higher altitude than they were used to. In addition to not having food, in addition to being wounded, they were weaker than normal. They didn't feel good, didn't think as clearly. So many fun things they had to deal with. Back to people now living way up in the Andes. This is fascinating to me. Shepherds and farmers primarily make up the population of people living at or above 17,000 feet. That is way up there. Occasionally, shepherds will go as high as 19,000 feet for temporary work. Miners from the Carrasco mine in the Atacama Desert in Chile would go to a roughly 19,500 feet for work, before it closed in 1992. That's fucking bananas. If you go to Aspen, Colorado,
Remy.
they'll warn you
Remy's
there,
good.
and take it seriously, that you got to drink more
Are we coming
water
up
than
with
you used to
names
because of the
now?
altitude,
Remy's a
and
cute
don't drink as much
name.
alcohol
I like
as you should, because
Remy.
your blood's thinner and it will hit harder. And I've experienced that firsthand. And that sits at roughly 8,000 feet. The miners we're talking about just a second ago were living over 2.5 times that high. 1986, 4 miners reportedly were living year-round at an elevation of 19,400 feet, making them the highest permanent residents on Earth. No, thank you. I would rather be homeless on a fucking beach somewhere. I think I'd actually rather live in prison in a reasonable climate than live free at 19,400 feet. In the north of Bolivia and Colombia, there are the largest population concentrations of people in important cities in the Andes Mountains. In Peru and Bolivia, a large percentage of the population still lives above 10,000 feet. Montevideo, Uruguay, where the rugby team aboard Flight 571
Alex is already taken.
that sits at sea level. Part of the town rises to about
Remy
150
is a
feet,
cute
which is
name.
nothing.
If it's
in, altitude.
androgynous,
Those
yeah.
rugby dudes were lowlanders. Uruguay not
Oh,
located in the
okay.
Andes.
Remy
The highest
is
point
my
in that
favorite
entire
of
nation is
mine.
only 1,686
Pretty
feet,
sure
which
if
is
I
nothing.
had a daughter, I'd name her
Those guys
Remy.
not used to high elevation at all.
Milda,
Not adapted
and
to
just
survive
called
in the
her
mountains.
Remy.
The crash site where they would fight for their
Reggie
survival, fight for their
Reggie
lives, sits at
Fils-Aimé. Oh man,
11,710 feet.
you guys
Those
gotta
crash
listen
survivors had to fight
to
more
a
than just bitter cold to
wonderful
survive. And
time.
they did have
Hold
to fight
up.
bitter cold as well. Temperature would drop
Let me
to
see if
roughly
I can
22
find it.
degrees Fahrenheit below zero, not counting wind chill, and it would get really windy. All right, now let's learn a bit more
Let me see if I can find
about the
it.
people of the Andes before moving on, because you know what? Because we're already here. Why not? We'll get to cannibalism and awe-inspiring tenacity and will to survive soon enough. About half the population of Bolivia and Peru are the
Let me see if I can find Punch Squad.
Okay.
But is that bad?
No.
You sounded disappointed.
No, I just it's sometimes
I want a munch. I want too much.
now it's bad.
That was a punk one.
Whew.
It's like grimy punk.
That was
Fuck
really
yeah, man.
punky. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's really punky.
Snack flag.
But why did I take it back to? I took it back to more retro because I have an exciting new development. And this, I have to give the credit. This was not necessarily my idea, but I think it is genius. This came in from Quinn, and Quinn suggested a throwback Munch Squad that we go back, way back to before. And not just like to a few years back, ones we might have missed. We dig deep.
Oh,
Right?
I mean,
So I'm putting out the call. If you can get some press releases from like wild shit that came before.
Library of Congress to find like
get-
when McDonald's did pizza.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Find me those press releases. Dig way deep. Let's get nasty.
Let's
Big
get
Big
nasty.
Pizza War,
I love
will
it.
Bigfoot top the Dominator?
God, yes.
Oh, yeah.
This is listen, folks. This is a news story published. It's by Michael Dresser, published in the Baltimore Sun on April 30th.
I'm gonna say, yeah,
1993.
I see it inside of her teeth.
This is a blow the dust off of the Smudge Squad. Oh, man,
On
this
their
is good.
teeth.
I'm really I've been really excited the whole show to read this to y'all.
Is that why you killed Sonic?
Hasta la pizza, baby.
All right.
Hasta la pizza, baby.
Hasta la pizza, baby. Here comes the Dominator, boasting that it has created the biggest, baddest hunka melted cheese on the market.
Fuck me.
Domino's Pizza Inc. lurched into the monster pizza wars yesterday with a 30-inch, 30-slice pie in the face of its
God
competitor.
damn.
That's one. Hold up. Each slice is
wait.
1 inch. Fuck off.
This is what it's challenging. Brought to life in Domino's laboratories in Ann Arbor, Michigan, the Dominator will grapple with Pizza Hut's Bigfoot and Little Caesar's Big Pizza for the biggest bite of the market for carry-out pizza with a gland condition.
Okay.
Hilarious. Reggie Fils-Aimé,
There he is.
his biggest failure in his time at the Pizza Hut, and perhaps his biggest professional failure, was the Pizza Hut Bigfoot pizza, and now Domino's is challenging Reggie's failure with the Dominator. Domino's rectangular Dominator, so that should make more sense, right? It will measure a fucking 1993. Measure a Schwarzeneggerian 10 inches by 30 inches.
Okay,
That's a big ass pizza.
Tim
300.
It's 300 square inches of
3
pizza
inches.
in 30 slices. Each slice is 10
Okay, I was getting there.
square inches.
I was gonna get there, Justin. You have to let me do it on my own if I'm ever gonna get better at it.
Laid side by side, it's bigger than my 3-year-old.
Who I have always wanted to see.
Said a Domino's spokesman, Tim McIntyre.
Later,
Bigger than my
arrested.
3-year-old.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm reading right here. It says, okay, yeah, okay. This 30-year-old man just killed his dad. Oh, it was this, and he said it's because he used to lay me next to pizza.
I laid my kid next to a pizza for a thing I wanted to say. The Mine's Bigger Than Yours contest got started in earnest last month when Little Caesars began the national rollout of its 11.25 by 22.5 inch big pizza on the Ides of March. That roused the wrath of Pizza the Hut, which went Little Caesar a step bigger by trumping out its fucking big ups to you, Michael Dresser, for putting in the fucking work.
Yeah, dude.
putting
You
in
don't
the work.
see this kind of attention to detail anymore in these press releases.
That Ides of March thing is a goof on the fact that it's Little Caesars.
Yes.
Fucking layers upon layers of melted cheese and sauce and bread. Now here comes the Dominator. Delighted Travis. Now here comes the Dominator, scheduled to begin hitting the stores in various markets. Whether Baltimore is one hasn't been decided.
Damn.
In about 2 weeks. In a switch from Domino's traditional emphasis on delivered pizza, it will be available by carryout only.
Damn.
That's right, folks. You can't get this sent to your house. You have to come here to do this because it's a crime otherwise.
We don't even know if our 1993 automobiles could handle a pizza this large.
The market that we're going after, the carryout value pizza market, is a very hungry one, said Mr. McIntyre. Why not be the biggest? Hey, Tim, you've said several wild things all together. With very few wild words, you've said a very wild thing, and that is pizza-hungry people love a hungry pizza. Get it big! So you're saying hungry people want a big pizza? Yes!
What about 2 pizzas? What? You could do 2 pizzas and have both.
And somebody could bring them to you and you wouldn't have to leave your house.
But big people with big hunger only have one mouth. Nice try.
They drive a car. Come get big pizza. They love leaving house.
Hey guys, I'm not halfway through this story and I'm not a third into the wildest shit in it.
Okay.
But what really accounts for this mega pizza trend? Have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles multiplied?
Oh, Jesus.
Is President Clinton's White House staff pulling too many all-nighters for ordinary pizzas?
Oh boy.
What the fuck?
Fucking just keep it coming. It's like, I know it's written in 93, but I feel like it was written to be read in 2020 to take you on a fucking I love the 90s.
He finished it and sealed it up and then just like buried it in Justin's front yard.
It's like I feel like I'm watching like Good Night and Good Gene Shalit. It's fantastic.
This is the quote. It would go a long way towards sating the hunger of the healthcare task force, said a spokesman in the White House press office, who asked to be identified only as assistant to the president in charge of pizza control. What the living fuck? The only problem, he said, is security. It's dangerous.
They're now named Remy.
You could fit a lot
Gotcha.
of stuff on a pizza that big, he said. Fucking story.
Do you know that originally Prince titled the song Pizza Control? And then they said, well, I don't think that that's risque enough for
Make
Prince.
it
And he
yuckier,
said,
Prince.
and he said, okay, I think I can zhuzh it up a little bit.
This White House staffer was reached out to for a quote about the big pizzas and made a fun joke about, oh, I don't know, we love pizza around here, and then realized, like, wait a minute. You could stick a lot of anthrax in a 30 square inch pizza.
And this was pre 9/11 when they didn't even check the pizzas, right?
No.
Like a lot of things changed on 9/11. You used to be able to just walk up and hand a pizza directly to the president.
A lot of things also changed in the fall of 1993 when these big
That's true.
pizzas came around.
God, where to next? Oh, that's right. Okay. Fucking Michael Dresser, you genius.
My name
But
wins.
futurist
Yeah.
Melinda Davis said, this big pizza business has nothing to do with politics. It's about sex.
What?
What?
Huh? Huh?
Consider the shape, she said. Pizza was traditionally a very female thing. It's very round and cheesy and warm. And suddenly it's become pizza as a weapon, said Miss Davis, creative director at Brain Reserve, a New York-based marketing firm that specializes in consumer trends.
Also, someday everyone will have phones that are also computers.
But
It's just...
are they saying a rectangle is like a dick is like a weapon, not like women who are round and warm cheese?
Yes.
That's that is a profound and hugely wrong statement, obviously, but it's like I don't even know if it's sexist or not because it's so hard to unpack.
Well, I think we can all agree that people who identify as female give off a certain warm, cheesy energy,
vibe. Yeah.
Whereas people who identify as men often give off this kind of rectangular rectangular
yeah.
kind of. Why are they so big?
I've got big rhombus energy over here.
Pizza was traditionally a very female thing. It's very round and cheesy and warm. And suddenly it's become pizza as a weapon, said Miss Davis. But why? Quote, because we're in the age of AIDS. We have to look for sensual pleasure that isn't sexual. She said it's about anger. It's about rage. Consumers are really mad at all the rules they have to follow in the 90s.
What is happening?
Sue Sherbo, a spokeswoman for Little Caesars in Detroit, seemed puzzled by that logic. Quote, our only concern was to offer our customer a great value.
We weren't even looking at it from the AIDS angle.
Sue doesn't agree that people want to fuck the giant pizza, so you can't get there with her.
What, Justin? This isn't a Munch Squad. This is the greatest news article ever written. This is the greatest interviewing ever
That's
done.
what I'm saying, Michael Dresser, you fucking genius. Okay, thank you. At Michael Dresser, by the way, in case you want to just thank Michael.
You're over the consensual Carl's Jr. What the fuck were they thinking? 90s when it came to pizza. Yeah, what the fuck was that? It's because we're in the age of AIDS. That is what she said in an interview about pizza. And then she stated it's a weapon. Pizza used to be a very feminine thing. What the fuck is that?
I'm not finished with.
What is the
In any
statute
case,
of limitations for a Pulitzer, by the way? Is it too late?
That's a weird way of asking the question, but in this case, it does apply.
Yes.
In any case, Domino's competitors have no intention of trying to go at one bigger. Quote, we think it's the right size pizza for what our customer is looking for, Rob Dowdy, a spokesman at Pizza Hut headquarters in Wichita, Kansas, said yesterday. Quote, teenagers tend to travel in packs, in groups, and usually they're a bit short of cash, so this is the kind of product they're looking for. Mr. McIntyre said he could not say whether the Dominator will be sold in the Baltimore market because the decision on whether to carry the product will be left to individual operators. Now, a spokeswoman at the regional office, Michael Dresser, putting in the work, the shoe leather. A spokeswoman at the regional office said she did not know whether Baltimore area franchisees would be interested. I assure you, ma'am, they will be.
Not as strange as what came out in recent years. Remember the Papa John's guy speaking of his day of reckoning on the news? No, I did not remember that.
That will come across in a big, colossal, humongous way. Wow. Epilogue. Joseph Simone, president of Mama Ilardo's Corp., said his relatively small Owings Mills-based pizza chain would not be intimidated by its bigger rivals, nor will it be drawn into an effort at topping them. Quote, you can't serve top quality ingredients in a product that size and not price yourself out of the market, he said. It's like the difference between making sauce for 2 people and making sauce for the 5th Infantry.
Huh. I guess I've never thought of it that way.
Travis, just let it...
Just give it a moment. Let it breathe.
Here
Just
you
a
go.
moment.
Here you go, Shy Red Fox.
Thank you, Michael Dresser. Thank you.
No, I have not.
Fantastic piece.
Just a regular
You
little
really
person
put
swimming there.
literally tens of thousands of times the amount of effort this story required of you, and you put in the fucking work. And thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. This is the best news story I've read, certainly in the past few weeks.
I would like to think that after this was published, that Michael's bosses said, like, okay, we're moving you to like cover homicide. Like,
Aymara and Quechua indigenous groups. The other portion of
I've had over 40 pizzas in the last 30 days. Livy currently and Mark Shapiro should be in jail. He has no pizza experience. He's never been in the pizza category. I would just say, stay tuned. The day of reckoning will come. The record will be straight.
Why not set the record straight?
What the fuck? What the fuck? The day of reckoning, Papa John's. What the fuck?
Accurate price based on the vehicle's accident history.
Damn.
is Spanish-speaking individuals of European and
I
indigenous
hope everyone's
heritage.
doing well tonight.
For
Well,
Peru,
it's a
mining
pretty
is the,
chill
most
night
important
tonight,
industry above
Shy.
11,500 feet in elevation.
It's a pretty chill
Gold.
night, and
There's
we've
gold
got.
in them hills.
Look at the.
And there is.
Look
And
at
that's
the
how a lot of
colors.
people, have
If
been
you
lured
want to
the
chill out
desolate,
with me, you
godforsaken bits
can.
of country like the Andes,
You're always
where
welcome
even trees won't
to.
fucking grow, is to find precious minerals.
Seems like it is going to be a
The majority of
chill
the Peru's
night for
population,
everybody.
Peru's population still works in agriculture or the animal livestock
You're
industry.
always
In the modern
more
age,
than
more and more
welcome to
Peruvians
just
moving towards other
come
industries,
in
though.
and chill
Many
out.
still live
And,
way up in the mountains. They've adapted well to live at the crazy altitudes I've just went over. Indians who have lived in high altitude areas like these for centuries
I
have
think
adapted
I
to this
fucked
climate
the fun.
literally at a cellular level in order to get the proper oxygen it takes to thrive. They're fucking lizard people, clearly. This is where the humanoid reptilians are breeding. What David Icke has been bravely warning us for years now. JK, of course, but they have adapted. Studies have shown that the secret to long-term survival is in the heart muscles. Andean Highlanders split genetically over 8,000 years ago from neighboring lowlanders,
I remember
and their hearts
Two
changed
Bears
with that
One
split.
Game.
Indian
I
people
know
now
this
have slightly
podcast
larger hearts,
well.
higher blood pressure. They harvest oxygen in their blood more effectively, have better blood circulation.
Yeah.
Researchers have compared Andeans to people who've lived on the Tibetan plateau for thousands of years. Tibetans have genetic variations that reduce hemoglobin levels in their blood to make their bodies efficient at using oxygen. Researchers have not found this particular adaptation in Andean people, but they have found adaptations on a gene called DST related to cardiovascular health and heart muscle development. The people who live in the Ecuadorian Andes, they're mostly the Quechua people, but there are small groups of Cañaris in the southern Andes of Ecuador and the
So I don't know where
north.
the sun is coming
Agriculture is the main
from
industry of
in
the Ecuadorian
this.
Andes.
I
In
think it's going to be
Colombia, the largest
coming
part of the population lives
from
between 5,000 and 10,500
probably
feet in
here.
elevation.
What do you
And maybe
think?
in,
Do you
Colombia's
think it
coffee
should be coming
plantation
from
zone
here?
3,000 to 6,500 feet.
Right.
Agriculture, raising livestock are important to the people
Right
who live in
here.
the Andes. In general, crop yields are low. There's inadequate water supply, and a large part of the plateau is dry. Fertile valleys,
Like it
few and far
comes
between.
out
I
like
said,
that.
should have said plateau region. Fertile valleys are few and far between, and most of the crops in the Andes are grown by residents to eat themselves. You got to be hardy. You got to be self-sufficient to live in most of these places. Some crops like coffee, tobacco, coca,
You're most welcome.
coca, yeah, the source of cocaine. Fuck yeah, bro. Are of course exported out. Alpaca wool is another widely exported Andean product. Exporting a lot of Andean products is tricky because of how difficult transportation is in the area, how rural, and still is, which made it why it was so hard to find these guys. It's just the very, very rural section of the Andes. Many areas of the Andes being so sparsely populated, in addition to being so unforgiving climate-wise, that's what would help hinder search parties for possible survivors. No one thought anyone would just be able to survive in these areas. If they did get lucky enough to live through the crash, which was also deemed highly unlikely. Much of the region, so rugged and rural, pack trails are still the primary mode of transportation in a lot of areas. People still using donkeys, horses, mules, oxen, llamas to transport themselves or products. Alpacas.
It's a Lady
There are
Foxtrot.
numerous railways in the Andes, but mostly used to connect mines to cities.
Jacob.
Peru has 2 large internal railways. Ecuador, Colombia each have 1. Since World War II, all countries along the Cordilleras. Oh, fucking, I don't know. It means ranges. Let's just go with the English ranges. Along the ranges of the Andes have expanded their road networks to the mountains, but not all parts are paved. Air transport development has been great for the region, unless your plane crashes and you have to fucking eat people, of course. It's made transport of products much easier. Beyond the freezing temperatures, low oxygen, the Andes are also prone to natural disasters, which have been exacerbated
What's good
by
in the
climate
hood, home
change,
slice?
which is not real. Only snowflakes, and almost all scientists believe that. No, but earthquakes, landslides, volcanoes, avalanches, just a few of the problems one might face in the mountains. The Chilean portion of the Andes, also part of the Pacific Ring of Fire, an active group of volcanoes. So many fun things to deal with. Many of these high-altitude volcanoes, devoid of almost anything but rocks and ice and snow. Glaciers and wind have just stripped the soil. The higher you go, the thinner and rockier the soil gets, and you can go so high. The Andes have the highest peaks in the Western Hemisphere. The highest is Mount Aconcagua, located in Argentina. I think I nailed that one. 22,831 feet. Over 4 miles, well over 4 miles above sea level. Well, I should say well over, a little over. The higher you go, not surprisingly, the worse the weather gets. From 11,500 to 14,800 feet, the day and night temperature shift is drastic. Again, the crash site was 11,710 feet. Above 15,700 feet, the climate is officially polar. with extremely low temperatures and strong winds. If the plane had crashed a bit higher than it did, if it didn't slide down the hill the way that it did during the crash, got stuck in the polar zone, all the passengers of 571 would have almost
you're not
certainly
dumb.
died in just
You're
a few
adorable.
days, freezing to death. So I guess the survivors kind of got lucky. Okay, enough setup. Sorry for the additional knowledge. That was unnecessary. But the stage has been set enough now. We've learned that not only did Flight 71 crash, not only would search efforts fail to find it, it also crashed in one of the worst areas on Earth a plane could crash in, outside of maybe the Arctic Circle or Antarctica or the middle of the ocean. The survivors were trapped up against freezing cold, low oxygen, blinding sun. Don't forget the blinding sun. No food. Trapped in a barren, ice-covered wasteland. And most of the team had grown up on the coast of Uruguay. All of them lived in the coast of Uruguay before the crash, not adapted for life with low oxygen levels at high altitude, not adapted for life with low temperatures either. They'd never truly experienced this kind of cold they would face before. But some of those fuckers lived despite all of this. Quite a few of them, actually. They kept hope alive. They did whatever it took. They really, really wanted to continue to live. Nimrod's will was strong in them. Now let's dive into a step-by-step telling of their story in today's Time Suck timeline.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time suck.
Currently trying to find the courage to stream tonight. Not feeling too good tonight. I kind of want to just relax and walk in my car. Okay.
We're a community.
You just want to chill out.
We practiced.
If you just want to chill out, chill out. It's okay, Shy. No one is pushing you.
Killing several passengers upon impact.
You are wonderful and amazing, Shy. You just want to chill out. You just want to chill out. That's cool. If you want to hang out with here and just be in the chat and just listen to me hang out,
it was the cheapest option to get there.
all good.
So while the bad news would be that a lot of them would die, and
If you want to, if you need to get on out of here, that's fine too.
They did save a bit of money.
You need to listen to a silly YouTube video or something like that. Get your mind out of it. All
He
good.
had 5,117 total flight hours. So pretty experienced guy. Co-pilot Lieutenant Colonel Dante Hector Laguerra.
would just relax.
A tricky one for me.
Take
New pilot with not very much experience. After the team chartered the flight, there were still 10 extra seats, so they invited some family members to go along with them. Then when one of the family members canceled last minute, oh man, how glad were they to do that? They sold that seat to a woman named Graziella Mariana so she could attend her daughter's wedding. So sad. In total, there were 40 passengers, 5 crew members. Of the 45, only 5 were women. And none of those women would survive the ordeal. Hail Nimrod! Woo! JK. No, that is completely necessary. Come on. Flight 571 departed from Carrasco International Airport, Uruguay's primary international airport, located in the Carrasco neighborhood of Montevideo, on October 12, 1972. But then it ended up getting grounded due to bad weather in Mendoza, Argentina for the night, roughly 750 miles to the west. On the morning of the 13th, weather conditions had not improved, but it was expected that they would be much better by early afternoon. The pilots were still worried. Of course they were worried. These guys were no Maverick, Goose, Iceman, or Rooster. Yes, I finally saw Maverick, and yes, it was glorious. The pilots had already been delayed for quite a while because, they were seriously concerned about the dangerous weather. They continued to hear reports of severe turbulence along the designated flight path. Then they spoke to the pilot of a cargo plane that had just made the journey that they were going to go on, reluctantly determined that their plane could handle it, that they could fly safe that afternoon, even though in the Andes, the afternoon is the most dangerous time to fly. Warm air rising from the foothills reaches the cold air of the mountains and creates strong turbulence and fog. I say reluctantly because they still might not have taken to the air if it wasn't for both some legal pressure and some social pressure. The pilots felt pressure to either fly on to the destination or take everyone back to Uruguay because Argentinian laws at the time forbid foreign military aircraft to stay on Argentina's soil for more than 24 hours. And technically the plane was considered a military aircraft. I mean, it was Air Force, even though it wasn't being used for a military mission. Also, they were catching a lot of shit from the rugby team. Pastor Nando Parado stated that when it was all over, he believed that the team's poor behavior definitely influenced the decision to fly. They aggressively complained to the pilots, put a lot of pressure on them to take them to their game. I bet they did. I mean, they're fucking rugby players. I don't know if you've known any rugby players. They're a crazy bunch. I dated a rugby girl in college for a semester at Gonzaga, went to a few rugby parties, was friends with some guys on Gonzaga's rugby team, and my brother-in-law was on the rugby team at Boise State University and then played club rugby in Boise for years and years after that. And the rugby players I have been around in both Boise and Spokane some of the most fucking insane, wildest people I've ever partied with. It's like very much a macho, tough guy culture, a lot of shit talking, a lot of ball busting, so much drinking, like so much. And for some reason, a lot of nudity, a lot of dicks being whipped out, a lot of streaking. Just a bunch of general, chaos, just a bunch of let's raise some hell activity. And I bet those Uruguayan rugby players tried to make those pilots feel like huge fucking crybabies for not wanting to fly. Probably said all kinds of shit to them that they later regretted. The pilots, Ferradas, La Guarara, caved into all this pressure, decided to fly when they weren't, totally positive it was a great idea. The direct route to Santiago required the plane to fly at about 26,000 feet, which was tricky because that plane not built to fly higher than 28,000 feet. So that doesn't give them much, room to maneuver if shit goes wrong. Very little room for error, especially with a big load of, passengers and baggage. And this flight was full of a lot of bigger athletic dudes. It'd be tricky to calculate fuel needs and navigate the mountains for those guys. So Ferradas and La Guarara, they decided to take a 90-minute alternate route, which was
going to attempt to sleep and wake up early to stream. Keep on streaming. Thank you.
The pilots planned a southern course
Night,
over
big battle.
Pass that sits on
I
the
was
border of
wondering,
Chile
do the
and
color in the
Argentina,
teeth indicate the color for the rest?
2:18 p.m. The plane, a twin
That really
engine
depends,
Fairchild
Nito Keto.
FH227D, flown
Depends
by
on the people, depends on the artist.
On this flight, the plane was only 4 years old. Had
Yo, hey,
mechanical
Sloppy
problems.
Sam.
Pilot Ferrara.
Hold up, Sloppy Sam.
Sorry, there we go.
Hold
was
up.
training La Guarara at the time and let him fly to gain more experience. He sure shit would soon come to regret that decision. At least for the short time between knowing he was going to die and dying. They flew, clouds covered the mountains.
I love my sound there. Oh my god.
Curico, Chile, 122 miles south of Santiago. The instrument reading said otherwise. Due to stormy weather around them, dense cloud cover, the pilots had no visual for where they were. Had to rely on radio navigation. The aircraft's navigation displayed a digital reading of the distance to the next radio beacon in Curico.
There's also
when they reached Planchon
guy, if I remember
so the aircraft
correctly.
started to travel
Yes.
37 to 43 miles to reach the city. At 3:18 p.m., shortly after approaching the pass, La Guarara contacted Santiago, notified air traffic control. He expected to reach Curico in less than 4 minutes, 3:22 p.m. But the flight time
Really
normally
depends
11 minutes
on
from,
there
where
because
they actually
I don't know.
were. They didn't know where they were. There was a big, error. Only 3 minutes later, La Guarara told air traffic controllers in Santiago that they were passing now Curico and turning north. And he requested permission to descend since he thought he had made it past, a rough stretch of mountains.
The bone is the same, so I don't know.
Authorized him to descend
Technically,
to
all of our bones are dark blue due to our blood being dark blue.
As La Guarara descended, turbulence made the plane bounce.
And it's
Suddenly,
oxygen that makes us
make contact with them.
white bone.
The plane crossed Planchon Pass. The pilots announced on the speaker, "Fasten your seatbelts. We are going to enter some turbulence."
The extreme moments I chase are at the edges.
No.
Were they ever? Further turbulence then made the plane drop several hundred additional feet, which knocked them beneath the cloud cover, and the passengers now saw that they were real fucking close to the mountains. And now these macho rugby players on board, I love this detail so much. They didn't want to appear afraid, and maybe some of them weren't afraid. They now start throwing around the rugby balls. Singing some song I'd never heard of, this conga, 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 the plane is dancing conga. Guessing that song makes more sense if you're a rugby player in Uruguay in the early 70s. Maybe they just made it up, I don't know. Suddenly, one of them then looks out their window and asks, is the plane supposed to be flying so close to the mountains? It was not. Right, La Guarara had made a deadly mistake. He had turned north and began descending way too fucking early when the plane was still flying high in the Andes. They hadn't been where they thought they were when air traffic control authorized their descent. La Guarara now applied maximum power in an attempt to quickly gain altitude. I'm sure a lot of profanity was being thrown around the cockpit. The plane went nearly vertical. They tried the steepest climb possible, shook violently. They're desperately trying to climb. It was just a little too late to avoid disaster. A moment later, the plane, it's so sad, they almost made it. It clips the mountain ridge as they're trying to get over a 14,500-foot peak. La Guarara managed to get the nose over the ridge of the mountain, but at 3:34 p.m., the tail clips the ridge. Holy shit. Hopefully you're not listening to this episode on a flight over some mountains right now. The impact tilts the plane forward, sending it into another collision with the side of the mountain. Now, a moment later, where the right wing is torn off, the impact now sends the plane tilting backwards, and the tail cone gets ripped off the plane, which sends a few passengers flying out. Many of the remaining players, mostly rugby players, still tried to keep the mood light. They're insane. They kept tossing that damn rugby ball around. They were singing. They still didn't want to appear scared. And I guess maybe some weren't. I mean, they're drunk, they're rugby players, they don't give a fuck. They're just singing conga, conga, conga. The plane is dancing conga. Some guys just flew out and the wing broke off, but we're still gonna crush old Grand Gordian. Woo! Let's fucking go! JK. But God, I love picturing them being that impervious to fear, just that insane. The ultimate fearless rugby players. After the tail cone is ripped off the plane, few players fly out. The plane tilts back forward again for a few seconds. Now the left wing collides with the mountain. One of the propellers slices through the fuselage as the left wing is now also torn off. 2 more passengers fall out of a gaping hole in the plane. The remaining rugby team members continue to sing, conga, conga, conga. The plane is dancing conga. Some more guys just flew out and the other wing broke off, but we still have enough people to fuck up old Grand Gordian. Woo, let's fucking go! No. God, that'd be so great, though. They're probably all just screaming. Anyone who is still alive and conscious at this point is just screaming in terror. Finally, the plane starts rapidly sliding down the mountain like a giant bobsled. This is like out of a movie. Before crashing into a snowbank. When it crashed, it
this is like the beginning of Lost.
Of the 2 pilots. Upon impact, instrument panel shoved into his chest. Before crashing, that plane slid down 3,000 feet, reached an estimated speed of 225 miles an hour, possibly allowing a chance of survival also due to the temperature drop of a lower altitude when they stopped. While it slid, I do like to imagine one of the rugby players, right? He still doesn't want to seem afraid. I imagine him just like unbuckling himself out of his seat and just, fucking taking his clothes off really quick and just running, streaking down the aisle just to show that he's that tough. Let's fucking go! Woo! The fuselage slams to a stop in a valley between Chile and Argentina. Didn't have a name at the time. Would be named, not renamed, excuse me. The Valley of Tears because of what these guys would go through. Nando Parado described the valley in his book. The ridges formed a ragged semicircle that ringed the crash site like the walls of a monstrous amphitheater, with the wreckage of the Fairchild lying at center stage. 5 people had already died from falling off the plane in the initial impacts. Lieutenant Ramon Saul Martinez, the flight's navigator, flight attendant Joaquin Ramirez, Gaston Costamale, a law student, Alejo Juni, a veterinary student, and Guido Magri, a Papa John's pizza product developer. No, he didn't do that. He was an agronomy student. I just heard Guido. I just heard an
Sounds
Italian
like the
name,
Final
at least to me,
Destination
and
situation.
better
Yeah,
pizza flooded into my mind again.
sounds fucked up. I'm gonna get a banky.
Later, when the left wing was torn
I'll
off,
be right
with
back.
Daniel Shaw, cattle rancher, and Carlos Valletta, a student who hadn't declared yet what his specialty was. 5 people then died upon impact with a snowbank. Team physician Dr. Francisco Nicola, his wife Esther Nicola, Eugenia Parado, Fernando Parado's mother, Fernando Vasquez, occupation not listed in sources, and pilot Ferradas. Mentioned him earlier. Final impact of the crash ripped all the seats from their anchors, pushed them to the front of the plane, causing severe injuries for the passengers who were still alive. Co-pilot La Guerrara, still alive but critically wounded and now trapped in the cockpit.
Being so cute.
Passenger
Kirk is
Roberto
just the
Canessa,
cutest
held onto the
little
seat
bunny
so hard,
boy.
he ripped out chunks of fabric with his bare hands
My little
before
bunny
being
boy.
thrown forward and hitting his head. He then remembers thinking he was dead, reciting a Hail Mary. Someone cried out,
Fox
"Please God,
only
help
know
me, help me."
items,
The other
damn.
man screaming, "I'm blind." Roberto saw that his friend Nando Parado had a severe injury to his head. Part of his brain is exposed. Next, someone shouts, "The pilot is alive! The pilot is alive!" They find Ferradas dead, but La Guerra alive, trapped in the cockpit, not in good shape. He asked them to get a pistol and shoot him, but they refuse. They try to use the radio. The batteries are in the tail, which had broken off, and they didn't know where the fuck it was. 33 people are somehow still alive, but many badly injured. What a nightmare. I just can't imagine to begin how you would feel in that situation, right? Just a few minutes earlier, they've been thinking about their upcoming rugby match, flying through the crowd like a minute or two earlier, singing a song. Now the plane laying in ruins around them. A dozen are dead, many of those who still live badly injured. So much shock and adrenaline, so much panic. Roberto Canessa, Gustavo Zabrino, both first-year med students, did not panic. They went into crisis mode, start moving around treating the injured.
Get ready to turn everything you know about sun care upside down.
With Native, simple, clean, mineral sunscreen for your face and your body that won't leave you looking.
Pastor Nando Parado, right, with his severe skull fracture, he falls into a coma, and then he somehow does not die. Both of Arturo Noguera's legs were broken. Enrico Platero had a piece of metal stuck into his abdomen. This is nuts. Gustavo removed the metal, accidentally taking out part of Enrique's intestine as he did so, and then somehow that tough fucker not only survived, he just got quickly bandaged up and immediately started helping other survivors. So that must not have been a super important piece of intestine. Roberto Gustavo, team captain Marcelo Perez continue assessing survivors, trying to figure out who can still play in the big fucking game. I mean, come on! There's plenty of time to go whoop old Grandonian's ass. Let's fucking go! They start singing songs, toss around that little piece of Enrique's intestines since they lost their rugby balls. Conga, 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 the plane was dancing conga, a lot of guys are dead. Nando's brain is barely in his head, but we're still the best fucking rugby team in South America! Woo! That's crazy talk. As soon as La Guerrera and Ferradas failed to make contact with their destination, a rescue team is sent out, but they soon realized the location they thought the plane was in when they last made contact was incorrect. Right? So that mistake of navigation screws them over twice. The Chilean Air Search and Rescue Service, SARS, notified within the hour that the flight was missing. 4 planes will go out and search for it until dark. At 6 p.m., news of the missing flight reaches Uruguayan media. Officers of SARS listened to the radio transmission, concluded the aircraft had landed, had crashed in one of the most remote and inaccessible areas of the Andes, just of all the Andes. And they strongly assumed there would be no survivors between impact and in harsh conditions. But they call on the Andes Rescue Group of Chile, CSA, for additional rescue efforts. As evening approaches, team captain Marcelo Perez quickly takes on a leadership role, using all of my willpower to not act like they're still trying to get ready for the rugby match right now. For real, now Marcelo kept people calling him plans, delegating tasks, so everyone can survive the first few days.
It is
Marcelo
funnier. It is funnier to think that even after all this fucking shit, they're like, "Whoa, get ready! Wow!" This guy they're describing sounds like Lara Croft, but it has personality. Nito Quito, goddammit. No, this is the Chilean rugby team that the 1972 Andes flight disaster that survived.
A section of the plane, asked anyone who wasn't injured to do the same. He forced people to keep busy when they wanted to lay down in misery. He was also in charge of rationing the food. Nando Parado later wrote about their meager rations, and these are seriously meager. Each meal was nothing more than a small square of chocolate or a dab of jam, washed down with a sip of wine from the cap of an aerosol can. Marcelo tried to keep people's spirits up by assuring them that God wouldn't put them through that suffering only to turn his back on them. Well, they had a lot of suffering in front of them. Later that night, co-pilot La Guardia, rugby players Francisco Abal, Felipe Curian, and Julio Martinez Lamas, and wedding guest Graziella Mariani all die from their various injuries. Now they're down to 28 survivors from the original 45. They were down to 29 as they went to sleep. One would die during the night, or late into the night. The remaining passengers removed the seats inside the fuselage to make a shelter. Fuselage, just the body of a plane, while the seats are. Almost 30 people slept in an 8 by 10 foot space surrounded by dead bodies. They used luggage and seats to close up the hole from where the tail had ripped off. Survivor Eduardo Strauch would describe the first night, saying, "We have a very small space. We were 29 people at the first. We have no warm clothes, no water. We have to melt snow. It was very difficult because the weather was very cold, and the snow was all over the kerosene of the engines of the plane. We are surrounded with our friends who died, and that first night was really impossible to describe." Nando also described what the other passengers experienced. Because night had fallen so quickly, there hadn't been time to remove all the bodies, and the survivors were forced to hunker down among the dead, shoving and prodding the corpses of friends for a few more inches of space. It was a scene from a nightmare, but the fear and physical suffering the survivors were enduring overshadowed their horror. And he was still in a coma when this happens. They told him this after he wakes up. And yeah, man, what an absolute nightmare. Before La Guerrera died, he told the group that the Chileans knew that they had passed Curicó and were in the foothills of the Andes. The altimeter read 7,000 feet, but that's not true. That was an error caused by the plane crash. They were much higher up, as I said earlier, almost 12,000 feet, 11,710 feet. October 14th, 1972, first full day on the mountain. Morale is low. The guys were really, really worried that they would not be able to make it in time to Santiago for that fucking rugby match. No, sorry, I can't help myself. Morale was low because they were in a frozen hell. The first task of day 2 was moving the bodies from the fuselage into the snow. Marcelo Perez rounded up men to gather food and useful items. He and his group arranged luggage into a giant cross to be seen from above. The survivors tried to paint SOS on the plane with red lipstick, but didn't have enough. Later that day, 11 aircraft from Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, they searched for the lost plane, and the survivors did see a helicopter fly by but couldn't get their attention. My God, that would be devastating. The white fuselage of their plane too small to be seen from so far away, camouflaged by the snow. They hoped the helicopters would return again the next day. There was already almost no food for them to eat. I mean, the flight was only supposed to be roughly 2 hours. No one packed anything besides a few little airplane snacks. They just had a little bit of wine, candy bars, 1 tin of mussels, toothpaste, a few chocolate peanuts, and some jam. They finished those very meager rations in about a week, never once eating anywhere near a satisfying amount. And very soon they were facing starvation. Early on, team member Eduardo Strauch's cousin Adolfo told the group that they were going to have to eat the bodies. And the overall response to this was relief. Many of the others were glad he said what they'd been thinking, but were too afraid to say. Before figuring out if they'd be capable or not of eating people, they first had a more pressing problem to deal with, hydration. Although they were surrounded by snow, they couldn't eat enough of it to actually stay hydrated. It was so frozen, so icy, it would also cut their mouths, irritate their gums, make their tongues, throats swell.
Yep.
There were a few
Snow
days of
is
extreme
not
worry,
the best
when many of them thought that they were going to die of thirst very soon. But then passenger Fido Strauch came up with a creative solution. He melted snow on a sheet of metal, collected the drippings into a wine bottle. Fucking genius. And then they would rotate this across a couple other little storage devices they were able to find and come up with a way to stay hydrated. Water now no longer a problem. And so they wouldn't have to worry about suffering from snow blindness when they went out in the snow. Fido also made sunglasses using the sun visors in the pilot's cabin. This same crafty son of a bitch.
I wish this kind of narration was more common as opposed to people that the likes of Ellen and Jimmy Kimmel describing events. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you hear him talking, he can go into a joke, say, sorry, that was, I know it's ridiculous, I just think it's funny, and then go back into the story. But Ellen and all of them, they're just waiting for the laugh. A laugh that isn't coming, and it's not funny. Well, if you didn't know, the prince, and then, wait, laugh, fake laugh, fake laugh. I know. Jimmy Kimmel, nobody likes you.
Serial killer and feces and urine lover Albert Fish would have been on this plane.
Fuck.
Right? And crashed with them. And then
please don't bring up Albert Fish.
Human toilet for them. You bet your bottom dollar I'm ready for some more peanut butter, hot apple cider, bear cats and beer bowls.
No.
That's how you do in Hollywood. That's how you do in Andes. Also, before moving forward, since I mentioned it a few times, I should explain what snow blindness is. Snow blindness is eye pain and discomfort caused by overexposure to the sun's ultraviolet rays. It's like getting a sunburn on your eyeballs. Usually, you don't have to worry about that. You just don't stare at the sun. You nincompoop. But in a sunny, icy, snow-covered area, the UV rays can bounce off the snow up into your eyes. Also, in high-altitude areas where the atmosphere is thinner, there are more UV rays making it to the Earth's surface, and hence making it to your eyeballs. Now back to these rugby players, getting crafty in their efforts to survive. Medical student Roberto Canessa fashioned hammocks for the injured people to sleep on. He became this Motley Crue's kind of main doctor, did his best to take care of infections, stabilize fractures, remove dead bodies. He used women's perfume as disinfectant, just basic razor blades as scalpels, and rugby jerseys as bandages. God, that makes me cringe just to think about what kind of surgery she ended up having to carry out. I like to think about getting operated on in an abandoned plane by a first-year medical student with a razor blade. All of the survivors agreed to join together to do what was necessary. They shared chores, switched sleeping positions so everyone could have a chance in the warmest spot, tried their best to keep spirits up. Gustavo Nikolic and Fido Strauch rebuilt the cross signal out of luggage that rescue aircraft might see each and every morning. Alvaro Mangino, Arturo Noguera managed water production. Roberto was the physician, as I said. Daniel Fernandez massaged people.
What if you had to live this way for years?
Okay. Interesting role. Maybe also had a foot fetish. Who knows?
Giving employees the wrong tool at work? Ridiculous.
Employees deserve better. They deserve Paycom.
With Paycom, employees enter and manage their own HR data in a single, easy-to-use software.
At Donahue Auto, our goal is to deliver value to our customers, and we do everything in our power to deliver on that.
Coche Inciarte told stories to keep everyone's spirits up. Roy Harley organized cleaning the fuselage. Gustavo Zerbino organized a suitcase full of documents, medallions, crucifixes, watches of the dead, hoping to, return them to their families later. Seems like Gustavo got a pretty easy job there. Everyone else is doing these things that require, stuff to do every day, and he just puts people's shit into a suitcase one time. Important note, Roberto contributes a lot of information to this story because he was one of the first people willing to do interviews and write about this in depth from the start, and he really painted himself as the hero. However, according to Nando and some of the other survivors, yeah, Roberto was heroic, but only like the rest of them were. And apparently he could be a bit of an asshole. He was supposedly arrogant, overbearing, cruel at times, often ignored group decisions, and randomly sometimes stepped on injured people inside the plane when they got in his way. That last part seems pretty messed up. But you know what? Also, if you're normally, maybe like a little cranky, that's your temperament, I can see how this situation would exacerbate that. As it wears on day after day, might make you one of the crankiest motherfuckers in the history of the earth. Maybe normally he wouldn't be mashing on people who are crippled. Overall, it seems like Roberto does a lot of good in this story, so I'm going to say he's a pretty good dude, but again, he wrote a lot of the story. As more time passed, tension started to rise between survivors and who were actively working, and then the so-called lost boys, those who had fallen into deep depression and refused to work or get up. The people working, understandably, grew pretty frustrated and resentful of them and had arguments often. So, come on, Ramon, no way! You didn't help make any water. You didn't bury shit. Didn't organize anything in a suitcase even. So you don't get a slice of Felipe. You definitely don't get the chest meat. Maybe they didn't say anything that dark.
There was that moment in Ellen where she addresses the audience. She was going to stomp out the haters and proceed to take off her shoes and socks and proceed to do mock stomping on the camera with her bare feet. The audience cheered and clapped, kind of emotional, not completely.
The end of the fuselage. One of the healthiest people.
Nito Keto, why do you say things like that? Like, that's... I know why you say it, because it is funny. It is funny, but not gonna lie, kind of funny.
Or only the healthiest people were put in the warmest spot. So his head was in the coldest part of the plane, which actually kept him alive, kept his brain from swelling. Diego Storm, another med student, pulled him out during the first night, which prevented him from completely freezing to death, and they kind of would rotate him, a little bit warm and then mostly cold. One thing that was beneficial to all the injured passengers was the snow and ice. They kept bacteria from growing, spreading deadly infections, and offered numbing pain relief. I wouldn't have thought that, but it makes perfect sense. Nando asked about his family. The survivors told him his mother,
Nito Keto,
had died, and his little sister Susana was badly injured. So Nando then took on the role of attempting to nurse Susie back to health. The survivors had found a damaged transistor radio. Passenger Roy Harley, an engineering student, was able to make an antenna using an electrical cable from the plane, and they were actually able to hear the news of their crash and how everyone thought they were dead. So that's fun. They tried to find a way to communicate to the radio, but there wasn't enough of a signal. And how just unimaginably frustrating to be able to hear the outside world, but have no means of reaching anyone in the outside world. On October 16, 1972, 4 survivors decided to take an exploratory hike to see the land, get used to the environment. Fido Strauch, Numa Turcati, Carlitos Paez, and Roberto Canessa set out. They were able to learn just enough to feel worse about the predicament. They learned that they are way the fuck up in the mountains and far away from any possibility of help, and they feel hopeless. Nando later wrote his thoughts in his book, Miracle in the Andes, 72 Days in the Mountain, and My Long Trek, published in 2006. The 4 who had climbed were the strongest and healthiest among us, and the mountain had defeated them with ease.
As being the late-time night show host, you had to laugh at every tiny joke.
Instead, I told myself that they were soft. They were
no,
afraid.
I don't. I don't have to laugh at anything. How about that?
Seems so treacherous to me. Dude gave himself hope, a purpose, a challenge to push himself. I'm sure it helped keep him alive. Nando is my favorite character in the story, by the way. October 21st, 1972, after 142 hours of flying, the rescue teams call off the search. They announced plans to search for bodies in December when some of the snow will have melted. Remember, December, part of the summer in the Andes, beginning of summer. According to survivor Eduardo Strauch, hearing the news was absolutely devastating. So we felt abandoned, and we felt so angry with everybody, even with our families, with the world, with God, with nature, with everything. We were absolutely angry. But very fast, very quick, we realized that the only way to get out would be by doing it ourselves. Roberto recalled a fellow survivor then telling him, I have good news. We no longer have to wait for someone to rescue us. We'll get out ourselves. Roberto did not think anything about this news was good. I mean, I'm all for looking for the silver lining, but that's a stretch. Great news, everybody! No one's going to help us.
Some people say we're too
I do love that. Great news. We're shit out of luck.
Right? No
We
point wasting
gotta
time.
we gotta figure it out on
Thinking
our
their gravity
own.
helped. Roberto remembers feeling like they were trapped in a prison. But then he thought, no, a prison is like a 5-star hotel. You have water, you have food, you have a bed. We were living in a graveyard surrounded by dead friends. This is the worst place you can imagine in life or in death. Also on the 21st, 8 days
Jimmy
into the ship,
Fallon
Nana's little
does. So
sister,
Jimmy
Susie,
Fallon,
dies from injuries.
Jimmy, my new movie,
October 22nd,
Jimmy Fallon.
day 9. The survivors commit their first act of cannibalism. They're beginning to starve to death. All of their food, they started with very little, had run out that first week. After the food ran out, passengers attempted to eat the leather, some cotton from the seats, but the chemicals, in them made them sick. Everyone was growing angry, frustrated. Days without food, after days without food passed, Nando Parado would occasionally start standing up and shout, "There was nothing in this fucking place to eat." He later wrote, "But of course there was food on the mountain. There was meat, plenty of it, and in easy reach. It was as near as the bodies of the dead lying outside. It puzzles me that despite my compulsive drive to find anything edible, I ignored for so long the obvious presence of the only edible objects within 100 miles. There are some lines, I suppose, that the mind is very slow to cross." And Roberto later wrote, "Our common goal was to survive, but what we lacked was food. We had long since run out of the meager
Do you ever have
pickings we found
VC
on the
guests
plane,
other than the
and there was
regulars?
no
I
vegetation or
mean,
animal life to be found. After just a few
I'm
days, we were
always
feeling the
worried.
sensation of our own bodies consuming
I'm
themselves."
always worried that I let somebody in and it's a bad decision from the very beginning. So like I would let people in normally. It's just like, if they're a bigger streamer and stuff like that and they have a lot to lose if they come on here. So like I know that they're not going to be assholes. So, but like simple randos, I don't think so. Just for the simple fact of like they could say whatever the fuck they wanted. They don't get in trouble. They really don't lose anything. Like I trust you guys as much as I can, but you could just say random shit and then no longer Goat ain't here no more. I wonder why. So like I mean, I know that a lot of people are like, yeah. I know that a lot of people will probably be like, yeah, I would love to hang out with Goat. It's like, well, you're good you're good where you are right now. You're cool in chat. You're fine in chat. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I understand it's like, well, you got to let everybody on. It's like, well, what if you say something that I can't take back? What if you say a word that literally I can't take back? I can't be like, well, that's just, it was on my channel. I let them on. It's my responsibility. Yeah, it's just it's just something that slowly I'll definitely slowly be open to it and stuff like that. And like for people like you guys, maybe you guys, but not everyone, that is for sure. There are some people that I have let on before, and they showed me immediately who they were. And I was like, okay, cool. Have a good one. So like, you just gotta, just gotta know. Sometimes I mean, I know that Mother Abigail probably has had a bunch of people that she's like, ah, fuck. Dicks. Dick. Dick.
Themselves just to remain
By the way,
alive.
how does she look?
Before
How
long,
does
we
she
become
look?
too weak to recover from starvation. We knew the answer.
I'm
but it was too
thinking the
terrible to
sun
contemplate.
hits her
The
right
bodies of
leg
our
right
friends and
here.
teammates, preserved outside in the snow and ice, contained vital, life-giving protein that could help us survive. But could we do it? For a long time, we agonized. I went out in the snow and prayed to God for guidance. Without his consent, I felt I would be violating the memory of my friends, that I would be stealing their souls. Over the course of the first week, many of them had secretly tried to mentally prepare themselves to eat human meat. Some of their belts began to shrink by a full notch each day because of how rapidly they were now losing weight. All of the survivors in the end would lose anywhere from 50 to 70 pounds over the 72 days between the wreck and the rescue. And no one had a lot of extra weight to begin with. They were all fairly slim and in shape. Most of them, young athletes. So most of that weight they lost was muscle mass. When the decision to eat the bodies was made, Roberto, Fido, Gustavo, Daniel Maspons stood over the bodies of Laguara and Ferradas. Fucking pilots, of course. They said they chose them because they didn't know them that well. Thought it'd be easiest to eat them first. I'm sure that factored a lot into it. But I bet also a little pissed at them for crashing. I mean, their most important job was to not crash. And they fucked it up pretty badly.
Pretty good. The shitting really adds.
Want someone to blame.
Thank you.
I would have been surprised if they picked anyone other than the pilots to eat first. The survivors stood over the pilots' bodies with razor blades and shards of glass.
Prior authorization for chargeback.
Roberto, just 19 years old, was the first one to make a cut into human flesh.
The idea I wanted to do was a fake presidential debate between you and Zara on who gets to be the next host. The questions would have been provided by chat and Discord server. It has to be silly, of course, and I would be the moderator asking questions. I mean, as long as you know how, as long as you can be good, I don't mind. Just gotta watch out. Some people you think are good. Some people, naughty,
The first one to take a bite
very
of human
naughty.
flesh. He later said that what gave him the strength to do so was thoughts of his mother. How fucking tasty she would be. He had always wanted to eat Mama, especially her back and her sweet, sweet bottom and her breasts. No, that's not quite what he meant. No, he said his mom once told him that if her children died before her, she would die too. Well, I'm sure more than once told her that. So he justified cannibalism in order to have a better chance to stay alive, so he wouldn't break Mama's heart. So, good son. Once he ate the meat, nothing happened. He felt better. He later compared it to a first sexual experience. You have these expectations, all this buildup, and then the reality is not what you thought it would be. He said the taste was like any other raw meat. Nando agreed to eat the flesh as well, but he insisted on protecting his mother and sister's bodies. No one eats Mama. No one. And that feels fair. He wrote, eating the flesh did not satisfy my hunger, but it calmed my mind.
Don't you know you're subscribed to this guy on YouTube, but his videos are hilarious and educational?
Gave National Geographic more of his thoughts on this situation.
Episode is sponsored
saying
by
cannibalism is when you kill someone, so technically this is
Smart TV for your smart TV.
I'm not following.
This is a beaver. You've probably heard of their dam building and tree cutting. Jerry, what's wrong with this beaver? He's not even trying. Look at him, he's drunk. Oh, that's better. It's a baby beaver. They're very cute. However, aside from humans, no other living animal does more to modify its environment for its own purposes. Beavers like it wet, and they're very good at making things wet. But when? How does the beaver, and why does it beave? Here are true facts about the beaver.
Got a great voice.
To understand the beaver, you should know that it is a rodent. Rodents are the furry little meatballs of the field and forest. Just the right size for a snack. Who among us has not wanted to beer batter a hamster at some point? Guilty. Those flies are waiting for the cafeteria to open. So, being delicious, one thing that rodents became very good at is hiding. Old school beavers weren't into all this swimming and tree cutting business.
Exactly.
They could sure piss you off in a game of hide and seek. Look at this thing. When people first discovered it, they didn't know what it was. They called it the devil's corkscrew, because apparently the devil has big bottles of wine. Personally, I think devil's bicycle seat or devil's catheter would have been more devil-appropriate. You know what it is? It's the fossilized tunnel of Paleocastor, a beaver that lived 20 million years ago. See? Good at hiding. At some point, the ancestor of the modern beaver got into swimming. It's a good way to escape predators, especially if you're a clumsy, waddling football of flesh. On land, the beaver isn't exactly graceful, but in the water, it is exactly graceful. Its paddle tail, which is more flexible than a cat's, becomes a rudder. They tuck their little hands up under their chin and let their big webbed feet do the swimming. Underwater, a thin see-through membrane covers their eyes. Their nostrils close up, and they have extra flesh on the inside of their lips that can close behind their front teeth. This allows them to carry things and even eat down there without getting a mouthful of water. It's just like my mother used to say. You try and find an open orifice on an underwater beaver. Good luck with that. The other thing that happened along the way was that beavers developed a taste for wood. Now, anyone can get a taste for wood, but to actually eat it is another matter. You need the right equipment.
Swimmies.
Teeth are the right equipment. Let me explain. There are two main hard substances in a tooth, dentin and enamel. In our teeth, dentin helps anchor the tooth, and enamel forms a little cap that sticks out of our gums. Enamel is incredibly hard, the hardest thing our body makes, shush now, and it protects our teeth from wear and tear and forms a chewing surface. Enamel is made from densely packed crystals of a mineral called hydroxyapatite. That's right, our teeth are made from something called apatite. That's like a dad joke time bomb. But you can't just fart a crystal out. It's a whole process. Special cells called ameloblasts crawl around and leave a little snail trail of proteins behind them. Crystals then grow on these proteins. See those little cross-hatched lines? Each one of those lines was created by a single ameloblast cell. Up close, enamel is like a woven tapestry of crystal. So when teeth grow in your mouth hole, dentin is formed and enamel is layered on top of it. But when they're done, the cells that make enamel self-destruct and disappear. And that's it. If you break your enamel, you can't grow any back. That's okay for us because we eat relatively soft things like delicious meats and cheeses. But other animals like horses have to really chew the shit out of their food, and they would wear through our little enamel nubbins in no time. The enamel in horse teeth is laid out in sort of tube-like shapes that run up the length of the tooth. These are long teeth that slowly emerge as the horse ages. Here you can see the teeth of a young, healthy horse. I mean, not that healthy, its flesh is missing, and it's been cut in half. But healthy before that. Anyway, here is an old horse, and you can see that the teeth are almost completely gone. This horse won't be able to eat much longer because it's lost its appetite. That's it. So what about rodent teeth? Well, we'll get to that after a brief message about our sponsor. Curiosity Stream has thousands of shows and movies about all sorts of topics. Nature, history, science, food, whatever tickles your knowledge bone. And it's only $14.99 for an entire year. I didn't know things could cost that little anymore. They charge you $14.99 just to look at gas prices these days. And gas stations don't have shows like The Great Penguin Rescue. There's a transition for you. It's a show about these penguins in South Africa that didn't get the memo that they should be living somewhere
Big web
freezing.
feet.
So instead they hang out on beaches, which is crazy. Anyway, some of them need rescuing from time to time, and it turns out that it's not as easy as you might think. Sure, they can get a little bitey, but they're very cute. But if adorable penguins aren't your thing, there are 35 collections of curated programs hand-picked by experts. Check it out. Go to curiositystream.com/ZayFrank and use code ZayFrank to sign up. Just $14.99 for the whole year. I'm a fan and happy to have them as a sponsor. Where were we? Oh, right. Rodents have some next-level toothage. Their front teeth never stop growing, and their enamel-producing cells don't self-destruct. These teeth don't have a root like ours do, but they start crazy far back in the head. These front teeth have two basic layers, dentin in the back and enamel in the front. But right on the front surface, there is a thin layer of enamel that has iron incorporated into it. This is what makes it orange, but it also makes it extra hard. And because of this, the front of the tooth wears down more slowly than the back. And you know what that means? Their teeth are essentially a self-sharpening chisel. Look at that right there. This one's sort of shaving strips of wood with his bottom teeth. Now, beavers only eat a very thin layer on the outside of the tree. That's the living tissue where the nutrients are. And they prefer smaller, tender branches and even leaves. But they go through the ones they can reach and that are...
Damn. I'm learning beaver facts. God damn. What is this?
Warning. Objects on screen even more refreshing than they appear. Mountain Dew Spark.
I don't believe that.
The blink of an eye is an eternity for this
Shut the fuck up, IBM. Eat a dick.
Morgan Freeman was born in 1937. He narrated his own birth, saying, leaving the warm comfort of his mother.
I've watched this. I've watched this.
Close to the safety of water fairly quickly. To get to the higher branches, they couldn't be bothered to learn how to climb, like basically every other rodent. Beaver was all like, I don't go to branches, friggin' branches come to me. So when beavers cut down trees, they're not eating that part of the tree. They're just bringing the good stuff closer to the ground. Now to begin, beavers will usually make a deep cut on one side. It's like a game of chicken between a tree and a beaver head, to the death. If unsquished, the beaver will move to the other side to finish up. They listen carefully for any cracking sounds to make sure they can waddle away slowly to safety. Now, there's a scientist that suggests that beavers can actually control the direction of the tree fall, planning the cuts so the trees fall toward the water where the beaver is safe. But it's not clear if this research was peer-reviewed. Jerry, that's a typo. It's peer-reviewed. No, I'm not saying the same thing. I'm saying peer, like someone in the same field. No, they're not peeing in a field, Jerry. No one's peeing. Just leave it. Once the tree is horizontal, the beaver will start cutting branches down to size and dragging them back to the water. There they will eat them or submerge them and store them for later. Remember, it's just a thin layer on the outside that they eat, so there's a lot of stick garbage left over and lying around. One idea is that beavers evolved a set of fairly simple instincts about what to do with all those sticks. One instinct that even baby beavers have is pile stuff on top of other stuff. And just that can have some perks. Here, look at this big bank with a beaver hole in it. Starts off as just a regular old tunnel in the dirt. Then they start piling sticks on the ground above. A little weird, but that's enough to prevent the ground from freezing where they sleep. And when the dirt roof of their little tunnel collapses, they've got a wood roof. But it's not just a pile of sticks. They have an instinct to fill in gaps and smooth things out. They bring in piles of mud with their little hands and pack it all in there. But they don't do this on the part that's furthest from the water, creating some airflow. Let's face it, beavers can get a bit musky, and they keep at it. If the water rises, they can build up higher, and pretty soon they're not living in the dirt. They're living in a stick condominium. They can build these homes out in the middle of a pond too. They don't build it around themselves like a bird's nest. Same basic rules: build a pile, pack it in, and then tunnel into it and make yourself some rooms. It's cozy in there. I know what you're thinking. What is that beaver doing? Well, that beaver's eating chili right out the can, so to speak. You see, the problem with eating wood is that it's wood. It's not like a ding-dong with a creamy center. I mean, it's actually freaking wood. So to digest it, the beaver has to eat it twice. After the first go-round, I guess it still has some flavor. Like if you found some leftover chewing gum that had been in your ass. So not only do beavers have to chew the crap out of their food, they have to chew the food out of their crap. All right, I'm done. Anyway, that's what they do, and the end product is essentially sawdust. But that's not all that comes out the back of a beaver. They have anal glands, and I'm not talking about glands that get uptight when you're late for a party. I'm talking about glands in their anus that produce an oily substance that the beavers rub all over their body. It's like when you waterproof your shoes with a bit of oil, except this comes out of their butt. Those back paws there, by the way, have a special grooming claw on them. It has 2 nails on it, like a really cheap comb, but it helps get that butt oil all up in there. And that's not all. There's another tap on that backside soda fountain. They have castor sacs near the base of their tail, which produces castoreum. It's a yellowish goo they use for scent marking. Beavers build these little piles around their territory. They climb up on them and they sort of fart out some castoreum. Told you. You get a whiff of that, you know whose turf it is. It's also how females communicate that they are ready to mate. Apparently, castoreum smells and tastes kind of sweet and leathery, and it's been used in perfumes and food. Someone was the first person to figure that out. Guys, check this out. The stuff that comes out of a beaver's ass tastes just like vanilla. Anyway, what beavers do inside their own home is their business. Oh my. You could open a beer with that yawn. It's very cozy in there, it's very cozy in there, but if you live in a house that's half underwater, you're going to have to deal with leaks. Beavers are very sensitive to the movement and sound of water where it's not supposed to be. And when they find a leak, they do it right. They go round to the outside to fix it. The sound of water also seems to be an important trigger for dam building. It's not the constant sound of rushing water, but rather the uneven burbling of water moving over an obstruction. Under the right conditions, when beavers hear this sort of
color
sound,
are we
they
gonna
seem to
go
want to
with? You know
stop it.
what? I
First,
like a
they'll put
brown
pile of sticks
color.
right at the source of the sound. On the downstream
In Minecraft.
I like brown color for a castle. What do you think? What do you think, Bud Dragon? Do you think a Minecraft server be what you're looking for? You looking for Minecraft? I might follow. God damn, I love their voice. Very funny. 10 out of 10. Would listen again. How you doing? Bleh. Understood. Good. Brown, but you gotta have some barn red in there, though. Yes. Let me look up some barn red and some... Oh, that's such a pretty castle. The Edinburgh Castle. Oh, that looks so pretty. Edinburgh. Ooh. Oh, I gotta drag and look into voice text. Look at voice text. That shit looks pretty. It's beautiful. Here's at night. The Edinburgh Castle looks so pretty. I love European. This is why I love European castles. Whatever anybody thinks about Europe, the fucking castle, fucking beautiful. But Bingus Bongus has the Minecraftist. Do you like the Minecraft? Do you enjoy the Minecraft servers? Everything you wanted and more. Yeah, the Minecraft server. Sorry, don't listen to me. I'm fucking stupid. Oh yeah, Nito Keto thought you were taken away by Fortnite. So Zara,
the German word for crow is Krokenstein.
Krokenstein? Is it Krokenstein or Krokenstein? Brown gray stone with barn red. But yes, glad that you're here, Zara. We were missing you.
Side, they'll pin some larger branches as cross braces against the current. Then on the upstream side, they'll pack it in with finer materials. Sound familiar? So this mini dam is now on top of the source of the original sound. But the water goes around it and makes new pockets of sound. So the beaver beeves and the rest of the dam gets built. It's almost like you could think of dam building as the plugging of a very large leak. You know what some people do? They play water sounds through loudspeakers to try to trick beavers into building dams in specific places. Got some time on your hands if you're messing with beavers like that.
But what is the Corvid name for crow?
Areas. This extends the beaver's territory,
but what is the Corvid name for crow? I don't actually know what the Corvid name for crow is. Let me see.
It's uncultured.
The Corvid name for crow. Originally by Tremel Crow, the firm was expanded. No, what? The corporate name? No. No, you fucking Google, you dip. Corvid. Stupid dongus. Jesus. Get nay-nay. Cordovus, temporal range, late, Mayence, American, yeah, no, oh, the barn red, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yes, of course I want to look at that. It's beautiful. Oh, I think the red could either be on the sides as trim or as a roofing. That would be lovely. We'll see if it looks lovely. You know, I say it looks lovely now, and then later I'm like, oh man, I made a bad mistake. Please forgive me. Internet, quit trying to cancel me. Stop it. They're like, no, you made a bad decision. Get nay-nayed. Wait, no. Oh.
Predictable environments. So they make lots of babies as a kind of insurance, and they don't invest a lot in raising them. That often means high infant mortality. But beavers took matters into their own
trim,
hands and evolved
or
to
perhaps a
control
turret.
So they do it different. They form monogamous pairs, often for life, and they care for their babies for a couple of years. And this is important because the instincts in young beavers need to be refined by watching and learning from their parents. Their first attempts at dam building are pure crap, and their first lodges are like the first apartments that kids get after college. You know, there's a lava lamp, a futon, and a half-eaten bagel, and the futon's so gross you choose to sit on the bagel, and he's all like, "Where's my bagel?" And you've got explaining to do. But over time, these young beavers will learn how to build incredible... Oh my gosh, did you see that? The big beaver took the stick and the little one headbutted him. Jerry, did you see it? It was a real headbutt. He used his head on his butt. Play it again, Jerry. No, don't fade it out. Oh, you're still mad about the peer review. You know, there's a lava lamp, a futon, and a half-eaten bagel. And the futon's so gross you choose to sit on the bagel. And he's all like, "Where's my bagel?" And you've got explaining to do. But over time, these young beavers will learn how to build incredible... Oh my gosh, did you see that? The big beaver took the stick and the little one headbutted him. Jerry...
Adorable. I do love adorable beaver fact. I need more 420 stuff, please, so I can do 420. I mean, 20-minute sketch stuff. Fuck. I'm so dumb. You know what? Cancel. Guys, can you just cancel me already so that I can take a break? I also love the rustic, like, kind of used, but it's still in use look of it. You know what I mean? I like this. So. Let me get another picture of a castle so I can get some of the lighter brick. I need the color for the lighter brick. But yeah. I got 15,000. Ooh. Like the break you were complaining about? Yeah, yeah. Of course, for the next 420 day, I am going to commission you to draw Weedy, the weeded weed bud. Well, I can't do another 420. It's got to be a, what would be the next one? Shit.
It's like you can't do 420 cream.
What's after 420? 420 in a spin. $60. Rotation. What's the next one above? What is after 360? 720. We gotta do, we gotta wait till 720. Thanks. Thanks so much, Nito Keto. You get all the points there. Look at that. You get all the points. Save and then open. Yeah, come here. Where are you? Let's get some yellow for the. Let's try doing it like this to begin with.
What?
Going with a yellow to begin with, and then going to going to the red and seeing where we can put the red for the barn look. Bingus. 'Tis I, Bingus man. To Vinky. No.
At Express Oil Change and Tire Engineers, we'll take care of all your vehicle needs, from headlights to taillights and everything in between. You'll drive away with the confidence and peace of mind you want and deserve. Express Oil Change and Tire Engineers. We take care of your car and your stress.
How much is an oil change for a Hyundai Sonata? 234 to 249. Fuck that. You know what? Fuck that. No, I guess I'll fucking do the oil change myself. Hey, man.
Thank you, man.
He even got the job.
Wow.
It's better to kill than be killed.
Pretty cool.
Do you agree with the statement?
She got a job.
That's all my clips are going to be for this channel, isn't it? That's me just saying.
This clip again? It's the only clip she has.
Yeah, bongus.
She needs more clips. It is agreed. She needs more clips.
Who said that?
Dragon. Ooh. Got it. New free sticker slots. Okay. Yeah, Zara, I can now upload stickers into my Discord.
It's gay.
Yeah, I know. Pretty gay. You heard it here, folks. Discord on. Bloodhide, you get clips by streaming. You can't just have a clip of nothing. You want me to make a clip from today's stream? I can. You really want it? So you won't enjoy it. I mean, you still gotta do it. You can thank me as much as you want when you get shit done.
Oh, that's mean.
I mean, yeah, it is mean, but...
Oh, God, it's not mean.
I know. Yeah, stop being so mean.
Yeah, God, it's not acceptable.
Can't be seen as mean. Even you are considered wonderful and amazing. Speaking of Discord, what did you guys think when you first saw the bowling pin gif? Why did you do this?
Funny, because it's an old ass GIF that just resurfaced. People are stupid and don't remember things longer than 2 days.
but I remembered.
Sure.
I don't remember the bowling ball gif ever. Never seen it. When you guys showed it to me, that was the first time I ever actually saw it, so.
It's cringe.
It was pretty cringe. It's pretty cringe. Oh, nice. I'll try my best to make it. I can't wait. Well, your first stream was a test stream. We'll see.
Go 7.
Did say. They say a lot of things. I got rated on my first stream and made me shit myself. Yeah, I did raid you.
Destroyed fucking nerd.
You fucking nerd.
Absolute fucking.
The little baby streamer. You just gotta make sure that your mic is correct. Also, people.
God, you dumb fucking dude.
You also gotta make sure that people don't hear you breathing, because that's not an enjoyable thing. No, it isn't.
Hold on, say I'll improve it. Hold on. Filters. Turn off all my filters real fast. Hold on. See, people like it. I could hear everything. Turned off every filter. And I'll do it on your stream. Hold on.
No. Fuck. I hate it.
Why do you hate me?
I don't hate you. I just don't want to hear you breathing.
Why not?
It doesn't sound good.
Why not?
I don't know. Maybe because I don't like hearing people. People think that I have a problem because they can hear me breathing.
You have a huge problem.
Whoa. How do I have a huge problem? When did it become a huge problem? It was just a problem.
Well, look, I'm trying to recreate my character's study, but better, because it sucked.
When did it suck?
It sucked.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I'm remaking it now. Building it out in blocks first.
ASMR heavy breathing stream.
Could do that.
Fluffy Sam, it's understandable. We're all trying to figure it out.
What up? Figure these nuts out?
And you gotta figure them nuts out.
Whoa, God, that you can't say that in the current climate.
Oh man, I can't wait. That sounds amazing, Blood Hive. That doesn't sound frightening at all.
Okay, I was waiting.
Doesn't sound like a nightmare at all. A nightmare on any street.
Before Christmas, you mean?
Nightmare Before. No.
Anything? Is this room too small
Let me see.
compared to the old one?
Let's see the old one. I gotta see the old one.
I remember the old one. Also, why does that fucking keep happening? Why does it keep entering? Fucking. Wow. I'm trying to open the old one since you do Bingus and don't remember.
It's getting big.
It's the old one.
Okay. 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 I mean, it might just be because it's a straightforward shot. That might be the biggest reason. It's
what?
A lot of people like when they do like room shots, they rarely ever do like a perfect square looking forward. Normally they make the square like move around or stuff like that. So
I don't know how that is. I'm confused.
So like when you're making room shots, when you're making a room shot, I'll just make a new fucking layer. I will just make a new layer. So when they're making room shots, instead of doing like something like this,
I feel like my question isn't answered at all.
I'm trying to answer it, but
it doesn't sound answered.
So like it's straightforward is the room shot that you have currently. It's just looking, the viewer is looking directly forward. But it would be more interesting if the viewer was not looking directly forward. So like making the room feel a little bit closer to one side, or changing the angle of the backdrop slightly might make it way more interesting. That's what I'm trying to bring up.
Okay, but that did not even answer my question.
What? How to make it more interesting, or?
I didn't ask that at all.
Is it big enough? I think that it's not too small. Yeah.
Well, I don't even know which one you're talking about.
For your new one, I think that it's not too. I think it's big enough. For a small study, it's big enough. Hello, Bubbles Derpy. Hello, Bubbles Derpy. How are you?
He's based because Heaven's in my chat.
Heaven is always based.
Why did?
Look.
Okay, so the camera tool does not like it when you use a preset while not targeting a human. Noted. That's why we have a human on the shot, I guess. Why is it not centering?
Thanks, be dragon. Jesus. Fucking. Okay. Not the size of the person, it's how you use.
It looks like I'm filming a sitcom now.
Oh, Da Vinci Twin.
Sitcoms are based. Nice looking.
I can't believe the Da Vinci Twins had their own sitcom. Whoa.
The character model's just in here for size reference, so don't fucking make things giant. Guys, what kind of thing should I put in my study?
Obviously Xenoblade 2.
I'm keeping the divination pool, changing what the divination pool looks like, so it looks like shit and you can't even tell what it is in the original.
A crystal ball?
No, cringe.
Magic books? I mean, I think
Why does the camera keep doing this? It's not centering like it's supposed to when I press the button that I'm pressing. The fuck?
Sometimes the program hates.
I'll just open a new project and then copy the camera coordinates from that. Then be done. Okay. And now I can know where the center camera is supposed to be. Also, Clip Studio, can you make it a thing where you can copy camera coordinates with a button? That'd be cool.
You know, Clip Studio, it would be really cool if like you could do a lot of cool, but you don't.
I would love to not have to type in these camera coordinates manually.
That would be
manual.
That would be really cool, but I don't know. That might be too much work. You know, I don't want to put too much
work.
I don't know if that's a threat or not. Is this barn castle you're doing? It is. There's a real barn castle in America and in a few other places. Barn castle. No, not burn castle.
Get fucked.
B and V are right next to each other. Stone Barn Castle.
Mess up a coordinate? This is not centered. I just typed in the coordinates and still not centered.
It's in VC even.
I'm not insane. This isn't centered. It was centered before at the start of the project, but now it's not.
Alright, night Bloodhide. Blood.
Let's control the camera with like arrow keys or something. No, cool.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
So cool. That's pro. Based. You doing, rabbit? Sometimes I don't know what that rabbit is doing.
Good. My centering? Huh?
Pet the rabbit. I know, I will, but it's gotta be over here.
And what if the 3D model is centered in the center of the center?
Poor babe.
Why? Why? It's just not centering for some reason.
Defense. Go for defense.
I'll just close it and then keep some back. Why didn't I use stuff? What kind of music stop?
He's here. Curious. Just a little curious boy. He's a curious little rat. I love it. What's up, Sloppy Sam? What's up? What's up, Sloppy Sam?
Okay, Opera does not want to work either right now.
Damn. What's up, Nito Keto? What is that? Oh, I know what this is.
Hello and welcome to another episode of The Nerd Crew. Today's episode is sponsored by Loot Crate. Sorry, correction. Today's episode is sponsored by Habish & Rothman Bankruptcy Attorneys. They'll make it heaven to file Chapter 11.
And I'm Jay, and I was told that I need to talk faster and in a higher pitch voice. You know, like a radio DJ or a member of Generation iPhone. Analytics says the slower you talk, the quicker someone swipes off the video.
It's true. It's true.
And, I'm Rich. I'm a graduate of the School of
I'm a
Radio
CPU and everything, just Opera not wanting to
I'm
work
having a
too.
wonderful day today. How's everyone else doing?
And on today's episode of The Nerd Crew, we've got a lot of subjects to cover in the world of pop culture and entertainment. Topics like
the Sony Marvel divorce and what it means for the future of the MCU.
And we've got new footage from episode 9 and what it means for the future of Star Wars.
And also a recap from all the events from D23 and what this means for the future of movies.
Look, you gotta talk faster, dude. More energy. They're gonna replace us. You can only turn your hat so far sideways to hide the fact that you're 48, okay?
But I'm 52.
You're 52?
No. 42.
So apparently the arrangement that Sony had with Marvel to allow Spider-Man in the MCU had an expiration date. And just like spoiled milk, a lot of fans are sour on this idea.
Damn straight.
That's right,
Can't
Mike.
wait.
This is the first thing I can say isn't very cool.
Why's Opera just broken right now?
How dare
Nice, Sloppy
anyone
Sam.
cross Disney?
Fuck them!
I don't know what's going to happen with Tom Holland, but I'm so fucking angry.
Will they go back to Andrew Garfield?
No, Rich! We don't know! But fucking goddamn it, we're fucking mad about this!
Fuck you, Sony!
Fuck off! How fucking dare you make a sensible financial move? And what about Tobey Maguire? An elderly Spider-Man could be a fun twist.
how dare anyone not allow Disney to maintain their media monopoly on every character ever created?
Especially with how wonderfully they've handled Star Wars. I mean, remember this character? Is this Little Red Riding Hood? Is this a Polish immigrant?
I think that's Princess Leia? Why is she wearing Old Navy clothes? Does she have anything to do with this?
What is that?
I don't know. Is that a tribble?
What is this? Look, guys, this is all too depressing. Let's move on.
Now, before we get into all the details of D23, let's talk about Episode 9. Damn straight! The poster was finally released, and boy oh boy is it
God. I'm in the land of being awesome and being cool and hanging out with cool cats like you. You guys are too cool. You guys are like best.
No.
Zara, you are the best. Except that you are the best.
For the past 20 years, NOAA Ocean Exploration has been exploring the
my good
deep
friend.
ocean. These dives are live streamed and feature commentary
Crazy.
from a range of scientists and experts.
Crazy.
Oh, he's so cool. Look at this. This is 1.5 meters. At least.
They have never invited me to be a commentator.
I'm not cool. I'm burning. No.
Looks like something's moving.
Yeah, it's definitely in the center. Can
looks
I
like a
use the
fish.
fucking camera?
This is extremely rare to actually see one of these egg cases with the shark inside.
Oh shit, really? That's a shark? Look at that. That's
Okay, the center tool just there's literally a button called center.
I have a question. I don't know this.
And it's literally not work. Like that's not the center.
The testicle. Does
At
each
all.
baby shark come from its own
broken,
testicle,
I guess.
or do they all come from that one?
I'll put
So the
down
other
a
one
thing that
that
marks off the
Possibly
center
there are
of
2 sharks. The one just
screen.
hasn't, I guess, come out of the casing.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that the testicle might be a shark.
and
Another
it will
one.
not be there when I
that's cool.
center.
Well, the yellow, I think that's the yolky portion, like the sac that
The sac? That's
all
the
the food and nutrition is contained in.
Oh, that's cool. So the baby shark's eating it. Wow.
That's kind of like the energy source for the small fish as it develops.
Right, that's its food.
You can see it's actually vascularized. It has these red vascular structures, veins.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it has little veins on it, doesn't it? It's a veiny sac.
If the center's right here, and then I click center, and
For the
it's
people
not
who are watching,
there.
if you go to the
It's like
beach,
a whole
you're not in any
inch
danger
off
of a
of the
shark
center.
eating your.
Yeah, I
It
was just
says it's
wondering,
at.
Right?
Yeah, I don't know much about the.
Really? That feels like an important thing to know.
So
Put that one in the questions
So
box.
It just doesn't work.
Well,
it's really cool that
I
you.
don't want to get sacked. Get it? Guys?
It's turning out to be a pretty fishy dive indeed.
Oh, come on. Mine was better than that.
Oh, fight going on here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the crab's like, no, you can't have my squid. And
It's not calamar you, it's calamar me. That's what the crab's saying. Can you guys hear me?
We've got a good tug of war going on here for this piece of squid.
so cutthroat eels are pretty ambitious predators in the deep sea.
Megan, would you say he's getting crabby because they're trying to steal it from him? Guys?
These cutthroat eels are pretty.
I love his commentary. That's. Oh. And I love it when Clip Studio doesn't want to work with. Oh my god. Sorry. Billy is the cool kid on the block. Oh damn.
No.
We're talking about cool kids on the block? Damn. Are they the new kids on the block even?
What if I click a different object and I click center? That's not the center. That's a whole inch off of the center of my screen. Like. Google how to center in fucking Clip Studio. That's not working.
Clip Studio is weird. Clip Studio is...
This has never been a problem before. When I hit center, it's always centered it, but it's not centering at all. Okay, I'll just close the entirety of Clip Studio, I guess.
I guess. I like the New Kids on the Block. Yes, I am that old. What are you talking about? New Kids on the Block is not bad. It's very good.
It's bad, dumbass.
Not that old.
Okay. Closing Clips. Oh, you know something weird? Oh, there was an update 2 days ago. Oh, what if that fucking broke everything?
Again.
Somehow made center not center. How do you report a bug on Clips? Yeah. Bug. Now can I center this fucking bullshit? Camera. Center object. That's not the fucking center. That's not. I can see it with my eyes.
I can use my brain. I can tell.
It's so far off from the center that it's obvious. Nope, I was like, oh, maybe it's centered of my window. It's not that even. It's giving it the benefit of the doubt, but it's not.
Not even that.
What? Clip Studio support. I'm saying it's fucking tell them their fucking program's not work again.
Again. But Dragon, I hope you enjoy your barn castle. Hope it's coming along. Exactly how you're feeling it's supposed. I love that, actually. I wish there was something that I could do. A brush. A brick brush? You know what? I'll look that up in just a second. Go to the asset store, see if there is a I do.
Good. Gonna tweet this out. New Clip Studio update. Now doesn't center when you press center.
No, it doesn't center. Type. Did.
Clip Studio. New Clip Studio Paint update has added the brilliant new feature of no longer centering things when you press center.
See. Yes. Hey. This is Brown Brick in Minecraft? No, Bloodhide. Bloodhide, I thought you went to sleep.
Patch my fucking screenshot to show like how big of a fucking gap there is between the center and where I fucking am.
Why not? Logged in.
At least add a feature where I can control the camera with my arrow keys. That would be cool.
Good night, Goat and Zara. Have a good stream, you awesome being.
Hit the center button and then just slide it over perfectly to the spot I needed it at.
Right.
This is stupid. I'm trying to find... That's not the center of the screen. That's even worse than what it was before. So my idea is I'm just gonna cheat until it gives me the center by force. By sliding the thing over, sliding an object over until, and telling it to center that object until the center's correct. Oh hey, Clip Studio liked my tweet. So, thanks, Clip Studio, you liked my tweet. Hey guys, look. Clip Studio liked my tweet. It's on screen now. I'm just gonna wait for them to like give me a fucking robot response.
I know I barely arrived, but so I'm going to call it a night as well. You have a good stream.
Sure would like
night,
Zawask.
Good night.
Can I like push out an update like for the next 20 minutes before I go insane? Cause when I'm done with this, when I'm done building this object scene, I'm gonna need the camera centered perfectly, or else I'm gonna suffer. And if I can't, I'm fucking screwed.
That's great. That's a great, but it doesn't angle at fucking all. Image is slightly old brick. Okay, cool.
A slightly older brick.
Oh, wait a second.
Don Clip
Also,
Studio, what you gonna do? What's your amazing reply gonna be? Like when I replied to them that their fucking drivers broke my computer, and they're like, huh.
Huh.
Like, well, golly. And then I like asked them, like, please, it's impossible from your website to get the old drivers.
Yeah.
Can you just send me older drivers? And they fucking get 2 business days, and they did. And I installed those. So like, I'm not trusting your new drivers. The old ones work fine. It's just when you see new drivers, you go, oh,
Muffled?
I should install those. And then it broke everything.
There was a lot of echo.
I'm like, oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck. Give me the old ones, please. And they sent me a zip file, and I installed their old drivers that work.
Raven. It's a
So
B.
maybe in a few days they'll send out an update. So I don't know how they even broke this.
How did they break
I don't
it?
even know how they broke it. Maybe they like changed how their fucking camera coordinates work. Because remember, I went into another scene to grab the centered coordinates of that scene.
Yeah.
And I typed them into this scene, and it wasn't centered. So it's like, did they change their coordinate system or something? If they can't, like, it doesn't center when I type in the centered coordinates at all.
I figured it out. I like this brick. I like this brick. Looks good. Whoa! Whoa! Zara! Whoa! 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 I hope you're doing well, Raven. Hope you're feeling a lot better than you were the other day. Also,
Studios driving me insane.
Also, we hope you're doing good.
I'm trying to manually center it, and then once I do, I'm saving the coordinates so I don't have to fucking do this again.
Just like you make history.
I wish the coordinates worked, like, intuitively, because, like, typing in the coordinates, like, they're only good for if you saved coordinates prior. Like, typing them in or using the sliders in the camera tool are, like, not good, because you're like, oh, X, Y, and Z. Oh, so if I, like, slide the X, it will go left and right? No. It's so unintuitive for a human, and it is impossible to use if you're a human. Wait, I think I've centered it. No, I can't.
I got a mesh transform again.
So I should be able to see equal parts of both sides of the screen. Suffering.
This brick brush does look good, though. I gotta give it some props. This brick brush looks pretty exactly what I wanted for a brick brush.
My tweet. I'm just waiting for him to be like,
yeah, we don't know how that happened. Huh? Remember to save, go. Yes, ma'am.
The exact center of my screen is marked off with a fucking on a layer, and I'm trying to get it in the center of every object and then rotate the camera properly.
Look, I just know that the Lightbringer will be here.
Okay, what if I just go above the scene and then on to... Oh, this is the worst. That's not true. That's impossible.
That's not true.
No, I guess when it comes on, I'm just gonna write on screen. Clip Studio is driving me insane.
Nice.
Make that text big. Just gonna put that over the entire art since there's no art happening. So I'm just going insane. There's nothing else. And there we go. Now everyone knows. Flip screen is turning me fucking mad. In the fucking king. Just why did it just not?
Now, bro, I'll mess with the brick brush a bit. Probably as the last thing I'll do. To mess with that brick brush to really make the brick come out.
Really is bad.
Yeah, Raven, I hope you're doing good. Hope life is treating you well. Hope everything's good on your end.
Have I centered it? No, it zooms in at a weird fucking spot again. What the fuck? Yeah, I want to try grabbing the coordinates from a fresh scene again.
Don't fall out of my fucking... God damn. No, I want this blue. This nice blue. This nice blue. Better.
No longer serves the screen. This is a subtle reference to how the devs are fucking stupid.
It's a subtle reference to how dumb and stupid these idiots are.
Okay, I perfectly. Fine, let me just make sure that this is perfect. Let me just try. I think I have perfectly set up the screen to be centered in this new scene, and I can just copy the coordinates and then die peacefully. Okay, what? The fuck? Oh, it opened a new thing. Just click on this to reset. I was about to go. I was about to be like Lloyd when he sees a woman. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. No.
Hold on, I'll send a video to BC. Let me find it real fast. I know the name of the video in my folder.
I know you're still here. Thank you for being here, Shy. Thank you for being so cute. Thank you for being so shy. Gotta get a deep.
Okay, look in VC.
Okay.
Watch that video. It's that certified hood classic. Brum, brum, brum.
If I see one girl in here, I'm gonna go ballistic.
Baked Lloyd. What the fuck?
It's funny. If I see a woman, I'm gonna go ballistic. It's funny.
Uh-oh. Are you about to get... What are you doing? This is our ultimate...
Confirm.
Wait.
Object.
Now that you mention it. Oh no. It appears I am evenly matched.
It's perfectly centered.
I hope you don't...
Wait, is it a pixel? It might be like a pixel off, and that will piss me. It's exactly a pixel off! Ah! Do I just say fuck it, or do I fix it?
It'll annoy you if you don't.
I can't fix it. Okay, so this is perfectly centered camera angle. I'm gonna screenshot the coordinates to this camera angle. I'm gonna paste them so that I can read them live. Zoom in alias. Select my scene. I'm gonna hit change camera angle. I'm gonna fucking negative 0.2 99.9 50 no what 520.5 2.2 yeah 99.9 again. And then finally, negative 11.7.
Sorry, you're feeling like shit.
Why did that not work? What? Why did I feel like nothing changed when I typed in coordinates? Yeah, I feel like the camera angle from when I looked away to looked back did not change one bit. What the fuck? No, I'm insane. What the what?
Yeah, of course I want to see what you're working on, Guy. Of course. We love seeing art.
Even fucking understand what's happening. Studio, how the fuck did you break this update so badly?
I hate getting shit stuck in.
What the fuck is this update? And how? How? What? I don't fucking know what's happening.
If I see a girl there, I will freak.
Not taking down the sign that says Club Studios driving me insane until I'm no longer being driven insane.
So you will not be driven insane. You shall be driven insane.
Is the camera angle slightly tilting while I'm driving? The camera should be perfectly still, but this line should be perpendicular with the top of the screen, but it's not.
Hey, we liked your tweet. Hey, let's never reply to that tweet. You know what?
Hey, someone named Michael liked my tweet just now.
Nice.
Thanks, Michael. How you doing, Michael?
Thanks, Michael. You know what? Thanks, Mike. Thanks for also that. Sometimes your favorite fucking thing is just a pile of shit.
The studio's fucking sweating.
You should tell. She uses Clip Studio, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does art, which is new.
I'm drawing a castle now. By the way, Europeans, give up your castles. Give up your castles. We want them. They look so beautiful. Give them up. We want them. But they're probably really hard to maintain, and we just rip fucking castles apart.
The university's building like 7 castles on this thing. He bought land to build castles on it.
Fucking asshole. I've got to buy some land. And you know what? I've got some land. You know what? My first house, it's going to be a fucking castle. It's a lake property, but who gives a shit? What are they going to do?
Fucking understand.
I'm going to fucking on the side of that mountain. I'm going to right next to that lake, I'm going to build a fucking castle.
Chad has like 2 lakes, so get fucked.
I'm gonna fucking build a fucking castle at lake, and then when they're like, You can't do that. It's like
this is just so baffling. Because look at my screen. So the female figure is supposed to be centered, and that gray line is the center. Look how fucking far it is.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
It's comically far. It's not even close.
That's that is beautiful.
So far away from the center. Like, what the fuck? And I can't just slide the camera over because it's also the angle. Because if I slide the camera over, the angle will be wrong and it will be still not centered.
That's funny as fuck.
So I can't just slide it.
That's hilarious. That sounds like fuck you is what the Google. That's what fucking they're saying to you right now. Is fuck you. And also, that's really cool that you live by a castle. I had no idea.
This is so just not correct.
I will take your word for it, by the way, Acro. I won't look it up. I won't fact check you on this stream. Because that's so rude. How dare.
Finger object. That's not listen. This is fun. I'm never getting an art done today. Sure, I'll be able to finish the 3D scene, but I won't be able to fucking center it so I can use the scene at all.
Old Lake Castle is the castle? Okay.
Did you know they found Hogwarts
in real life?
Okay, this scene is perfect. The scene I made is perfectly centered, and for some reason, copying the coordinates did not center it on the other one. Like, what is this fucking every Mario cartridge?
A bit of a baby cat. That's a bit of a baby castle. I'm gonna say that's a bit of a baby castle. Accurate. That's a real small castle, but I mean it is the basics of a castle. That's a bit of a bit. I love the old castle in the middle of the lake that was used in Monty Python, and also it's private property. It's hilarious.
Studio just fucking.
I love like if Clip Studio came back and they said, "We think your account is hacked. We do apologize. Let's just take it away from you." It's like no.
Some fuckheads sending off fireworks themselves.
It's not even 4th of July yet.
It's not any holiday. Hey, God, if I zoom in 900%, guess what? It is centered.
Damn.
All I can see is the belly button, but it's centered.
It's centered, it's there.
Wow. Man, that's not the fucking camera. It's so comically not centered, too. Fuck me. Okay, so what if I put an object in the center instead of the main thing, like center on the object? Will you center that? No.
Orbin time.
This is so fucking annoying.
Like, it could survive. Hello. Oh, Jesus.
If their fucking camera uses like
I don't think you saw what happened.
XY coordinates instead of fucking whatever it uses, I could just
look at him go.
Like, why can't I just type in the exact center of the fucking
missed
thing and get it?
Guys, it's Morbin time. Let's say it's more. So, at a very specific amount of pixels, centered.
No, it's Ravies.
Oh no! Hello, friendo.
But hello. Hi.
Cringe mic moment.
I have appeared out of the wall again.
Popped out.
How dare you reinforce them with steel?
Urban time for you, dragon time for me. Look, if what our good friend stated was is correct, Morbius is just another hero flick, which is awful. We don't need those.
Banana.
I don't know, how do you feel about Morbius morbin into theaters and then out of theaters and then back into theaters?
I've been seeing it so many times, I'm just like, huh, I don't even know what this is about anymore. With the Morbius movie.
Also, I sent Demonic his email. Should be happy now.
I saw him adding them on his phone.
Now he can be morbid with the rest of them. He can now have cool emotes and be super cool with the rest of them.
Yes. Even though I need to get emotes of myself, but that will be later.
That depends who you getting. Who's the artist you getting? Can you say their name?
I don't have a person just yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you had somebody though.
I did, but they never answered me back, so I was like, I think if you added them already or not. Badge time, which is fine. Plus, my whole thing with Discord, PayPal got fucky, so it ruined a way that I could give payment to artists. So I didn't have to make a new one.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I mean, at least yours and mine went through.
Yeah, it happened recently, like last Wednesday, so.
But has
dude,
not.
Clip Studio is fucking broken as shit.
Has not made you feel good.
Because it involved the IRS stuff.
Hey, you gotta check this out. I'm gonna select this object. I'm gonna see this gray line in the center of my screen. I'm gonna select this object and hit the center button. What? Look, oh, fuck me, I guess.
Yeah, no, Zara's just been having a fun time with 3D object.
Working.
Yeah.
How do they break everything in one update? It's so bullshit.
I don't know if you've ever. You've probably had a few updates that have broken games, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes. They get fixed rather quickly, though. Depending on the game.
I don't know. I know how you love your 7 days to die.
Yeah, I've been taking a break from 7th of the Days. I do more Destiny now again. I did Fortnite today, oddly enough.
And also you've been actually streaming with our good friend Wolfie, so.
Yes, we did Resident Evil 6 yesterday. He didn't want to stream today, so we didn't stream today. Well, I did. I streamed like a while ago.
How was it? Was it a good stream?
It was okay. It was a Fortnite, so it was okay.
seem so excited about it. Seem like
yes, super.
I think I've centered it. Almost. It's 2 pixels off of being perfectly centered.
you need me to be some eyes in the sky.
I know it's what. How would you even know?
How would I even help? Okay, fair enough.
You can't. What would you do?
I just shake my head and nod, I guess. You're right. No help was given. I apologize.
Just merp at them.
2 pixels off.
I think this barn castle is starting to come together. It's a cute, very cute. But like, what is the definition of a castle? I think I might have to go to Slib. Take care, y'all. Have a good stream. We love you, Lady Foxtrot. Yeah, Thururu. I hope work hasn't been kicking yet.
This week will.
It will? Oh, so you know it's gonna kick you in the dick.
Yes.
You're like, yeah, it's gonna kick me right in the dick.
Dick and balls. Because at my place, the 30th is gonna be busy, and the 1st through the 4th of July is mandatory week. You do not get any days off on those week, and the 4th is on Monday, which is one of my days off. So, 6-day week, 1 day off, and then to another 5-day week. It's gonna suck.
And by fun, I mean, why are they doing this?
Because it's a casino.
I mean, it is a casino. That is what Wolfie told me, and I was like, oh, you work at a casino, how's that? And he's like, you know, horrible.
Yeah, I knew he was gonna say horrible.
You know, a nightmare. And I was like, oh, well, okay, well, thank you so much, Wolfie. I appreciate the honesty, but, you know, it sounds like it would be a fun treat. He's like, you know what? Let's talk about something else. It's like, oh, you're right. You know what? You're right. Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's not a fun job, to be honest. It's more of a, oh, hey, you want to be treated bottom of the barrel? Here you go.
You like...
That's what the work is.
You like a lot of money? Yeah, hell yeah. Well, you also...
There goes your mental.
Get ready to die a little bit inside.
Yeah.
Like
it would look like a banana. Wow. Streamed for 1,000 hours in total. Wow.
You're gonna be one of them big streamers one day. How many followers are you up to now?
Let me look. 247.
Hell yeah. Getting up there.
Yes. One day, but that's okay.
One day people will realize that the Ruru is someone they need to go see. They're gonna be like, God damn, it's the Ruru.
Took off the Ruru stream.
Have you been to big stream? Who? It's like you don't follow him? I don't even.
I don't think I'd ever have it like or want it like that though.
Super fans? You don't want super fans? Come on. Everybody wants them.
I think no matter what, there will be people like that, which I don't mind, but they'd be like, oh no. Nothing I could do though.
Reaper, Archon, hello, hey Reaper.
Why is it? Oh my god.
Count Morbulas. Oh, thank you.
Count Morba.
There's so much more.
It be Morbin time.
It is Morbin time. Hello. Hey Tuxbox. We were talking about you earlier, and we were like, I hope he enjoyed more. I want him to enjoy. I love how he's like, I guess I'm just not watching this movie right. I guess I gotta watch it again. It's like, okay. Go through the pain. You want. It was such a good movie. That's what Marvel wants to hear. But Disney Marvel wants to hear. Oh, also, did you hear that the Disney CEO got his contract renewed again? The CEO that has been bringing in the newest phase of Marvel movies that have tanked. Got his license. He got his contract renewed for the same amount. Do you know what happened to the stock after that? Oh man, I didn't know it could go that low for Disney.
I think that Fire Emblem's tanked that much.
What? Alright, goodbye. Let my bones be in your skin. Please don't. Thank you so much, Reaper, for coming in. Please don't. That's creepy. That's a creepin'.
You're a coward, dude.
Are you VR chatting, by the way? Ruru, are you VR chatting? Are you telling all those hottie boom bodies that they got cute avatars? Are you flexing on them, being like, I'm so tilted. Hey, Ice Boy. Hello, Ice Boy. Squid Game. Squid Game, Ice Boy, Squid Game.
Downgrade my Clip Studio version.
Thank you.
These are perpendicular lines, and now they're not.
Also, thank you for the follow, Ice Boy. How are you? Hope you're doing well, Ice Boy 909. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you appreciate me painting a barn castle. I said I was going to be painting something else, and I'm like, I want to get this shit done. I lied. Hope you're doing good. I lied.
Feel like I'm insane. Just can't. Okay, you'd drink.
You're a good bean.
So if I set it to what it thinks is centered, which isn't centered at all, all of the perpendicular lines are perpendicular, but the second I move the camera, they become unperpendicular for some reason, because that's not how physics works, but okay.
But okay.
Like, I can't, that right now, I set it to what it thinks it's centered. It's not centered, but all the lines are perpendicular. And the second I try to change the fucking camera angle, they're gonna become, like, tilted. The camera angle's gonna, like, tilt magically. Or something. Like, because later, when I'm messing with it, I'll notice, like, oh, hey, this perpendicular line fucking isn't perpendicular anymore. Like, what the fuck?
I make animations, and I'm a YouTuber, and I have 2 subscribers. I'm sad. Understood. That sucks. That sucks. If you've got animation, we'd love to see them. We love meeting new artists of all different types.
So I'm gonna use this to guide me, and I'm gonna. Why can't I just use the arrow keys, Clip Studio? Let me just use the arrow keys, please, to fucking move the camera, so I don't have to manually keep my hand perfectly straight.
Thank you for coming in. We really appreciate it. We love new people. We love artists of all different types and shapes. If you want to show us your animations and show us what they look like, we'd love to see it. Just gotta keep at it. If you want more subscribers and if you want more followers, just gotta keep at it. Gotta keep working. Gotta get that cheddar. Gotta get that hustle. Gotta get to every rugby match. Great, thank you. No problem. You gotta work hard. Do you have any socials?
I'm not finishing this until I can get this to work. Well, that's not intuitive at all. Awesome. I move the slider for the camera right, it goes left.
Hot damn. I hope this is fun entertainment for the whole family.
It's not.
And I hope everybody's in. Also, you guys are wonderful people. Stupendous. Everyone, even through. Amazing people all.
Well, you can't just mean blanket stains like that.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can put a blanket over it.
What blanket you're over?
Hardcore when it comes to feeding.
Would you say they're pretty cutthroat, Megan?
I would.
Oh, come on. You're going to
I
laugh
feel like
at
I'm
that?
this close to fucking some
This is a giant
fucking controls
isopod.
make no sense.
So I don't know if you guys
It's like I'm fucking
have a from the
trying
the little pill bugs.
read Minecraft enchanting
The
table.
roly-poly bugs in the dirt you used to play with as kids.
We used marbles, but yeah.
This is a relative of that. It's just a giant version.
Oh my god, how cool! Look at his under stuff. You can see a swimmerette. Imagine waking up to this. Like,
Wait, what? Waking up to it?
mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry, I'm not totally understanding. Like, how, it's in your bed?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, how the hell does it get in your bed? What, do they come on land?
I think so.
We were astonished too.
I had no idea.
Well, for the record, we didn't know either until we got on this cruise.
Because it worries me because I sleep macho.
Okay.
Just a t-shirt, nothing else, and I wouldn't want that near my understuff.
They're super cute.
well, not that cute.
Look how close I am.
This is a suspension feeding kind of duck.
Perfectly centered.
Grows up quite tall. There's something on the underside of the arm towards us.
Actual
large.
horseshit.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
What's going on there? Oh, it's a snail.
Oh, yeah.
So it may be feeding on this crinoid, and that would be something I've never seen before.
Yeah, me neither.
They actually have a proboscis. They can extend the mouth.
Right.
And that may be extending it to the main sort of feeding area of this crinoid, so where most of the soft tissue would be, where most of the good stuff, most of the
microscopically close.
Right. If you can get a different angle of
give
this,
it to
pilot,
Studio.
that would be appreciated.
Oh,
whoa.
Wow. So that's exactly what's going on. That's a long proboscis. Is that Chris?
Yeah.
What do you think, Chris? I've never seen this.
Hey, Chris.
I have, actually,
Oh,
and
cool.
it's rather surprising because this is something that I've seen in the Paleozoic. I don't know how many modern...
I did not know you were that old.
How old are you? In the fossil record, there's a platyceratoid snail that uses, it basically is always found
Maybe I should stop trying to grab the slide and just tap this button.
On accident? Like, how does that come about? Is it a kind of camouflage or a defense?
They feed on the poop of crinoids.
Oh, fantastic.
And
Good arguing
clamp down over the center of it where the anus might be.
Right.
So I have a question. We have snails on land.
Yep.
And for the people that are watching at home, is this something that they have to worry about if they were on a picnic and maybe wearing short pants or a skirt or something like that?
Let's just say yes.
Really?
Yeah. Well, that was the impression I got.
So that's something that can happen.
I'm trying to do some searches right now just to see if
what
there's
an hour and a half. Like that. Snails eating ass?
What the heck? What is?
Sorry, I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, every time I look this up, there are a lot of sort of
fun.
older.
Thanks, Clip Studio.
Older what? Like old people?
You function.
With snails on there. Listen, don't worry about it. It's just I find all of this fascinating. We probably need to move on.
Thank you, pilot. We can move on. That's fantastic.
I just said that.
They're still battling in the midwater here.
This is new to me. I didn't know that shrimps hunted fish.
It looks like egg masses underneath that shrimp as well.
Yeah, it looks like it's brooding.
Cool, it has babies. And what kind of a fish is that?
Yeah, so the fish is a midwater fish, also known as, I believe, viper fish.
This is kind of horrifying, right, guys?
I mean, I don't know who to root for, the fish being still alive and being eaten alive, or
that's horrible.
The shrimp having eggs needs to feed its brood.
But wait a second, we're team fish, right? I mean, not like I'm rooting for it to make a comeback. I think we're past that point. But we feel bad for the fish, right?
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh, there was a fish inside.
Wait, it did what?
They just pulled a fish out of the gut of the midwater fish.
Trick.
What kind of magic are you going to? But this is what you still don't know who to root for?
Mama shrimp.
The shrimp? No, you're kidding. The shrimp is an asshole. It's just ripped open the stomach of a live fish.
All right, I
Just because your toddler wants a num-num, you can't eviscerate a milkman.
Fish, shrimp, shrimp, fish.
Okay, enough.
Fish.
Well, that's real grown-up.
Fish.
I'm just saying, for the children, that I think it's a dick move to rip open someone's stomach.
I think we might have lost our G rating.
All right, very funny.
I think we did a few minutes ago.
Well, it's not my fault. You guys team up on me. What?
Oh, look at this worm. You can see how it moves.
That looks like a... Sorry, go ahead.
The worm has the rest of its body in that tube.
That's freaking crazy.
Unending pain.
Can we get a little tighter zoom on that?
Do you want the bottom or the top?
I've heard that before. Sorry.
Of the head.
Gotcha. Is this how you're supposed to do it? I feel like I've been doing it wrong my whole life.
I think this barn is barn castle really feeling
foreskin evolved from that? Sorry, I know that's wrong.
good.
Do they share a common ancestor?
Looks like it.
Is that
To add, I need to add some arches. Arches are castle-y. Like adding some arches.
For protection, I guess so, and privacy.
Oh yeah, and privacy.
Wait, what are we talking about right now?
Look at that.
All those
It looks like Patrick didn't make it all the way home from the bar last night.
He's really puffy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, I
I'm
get
listening to
bloated after I
this.
drink too, but
Bigger and puffier.
well, that's not nice. kind of uncalled.
We're gonna listen. What's that one song? What's that chaotic evil jazz song called?
I don't know if you want to.
That's what my mind is right.
Yes. Innocents marching.
I don't know the name of that song.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What?
It's called like the bane of like jazz musicians. So it's like a fucking horrible, complicated jazz bullshit song.
Right. Oh no. No, don't, Tux. I'm gonna have to delete that message. What the fuck? Like, nobody wants to know. That's it.
What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with this message.
That's nobody needs to hear that.
Everyone needs to know.
The Ruru. If you're there, does anybody need to hear what Tux just put into the fucking chat?
It's called the most feared jazz song. Feared jazz.
Did you
seem that bad? Yeah.
No one needs to know that.
Why not?
No one needs to know
There we
that.
go. It's called Giant Steps. I found it.
Thank you.
But guys, we're gonna listen to Giant Steps until we fucking get this.
Until Clip Studio stops kicking you in the dick.
Listen to this. The fucking hordes. Okay, you're the bye.
I love, you know what I really love? I love those like, what is it called? The, what they actually played videos. They're really funny. They're really funny. I never stated I hated them. I think that they're funny. I don't know who you think I am, because I did not state that I hated them. I didn't.
Sure.
I never stated that. I don't know where you got that from, but that wasn't for me. Like me. Skeletor. Reposition my two. Morbid. No, it's just because of the seat. I sit on it wrong, and I've talked about this multiple times, and I don't think it's something that everybody needs to know, but I do sit on my balls wrong.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't really mind.
I sit on my balls, and I don't like it. So I'm just like,
Say that he likes sitting on his balls.
no, I don't like it. It's unenjoyable.
The sitter of the balls.
Joe is a ball sitter.
He babysits balls. I don't know why that popped up in my brain. I thought it was funny.
I think it's funny. Every game is just trying to be Breath of the Wild again. They're like,
was bad.
And now they're like, it was super popular, so now we can now make anime games so cheap from Korea.
Oh, look how close I am to being centered.
Oh, gee.
Unbelievably close it is.
The anime of gaming, of game.
I just need within like a few pixels. Like, come on. Also, guys, you should listen to Giant Steps. I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
I give a merp.
You give a
This
merp.
episode is sponsored by Brilliant.
Always.
Way to learn.
Merp.
Millions
You
of
need to
years
teach
ago,
Goat how to sit right.
ancestor of sea stars and
Yeah.
My bush.
Oh, what's up?
My bush itches. Goat, sit in the desk with human.
With human.
With human.
You gotta sit in the human lap.
I must sit in human lap. Where should I put the arches? The arches really do add a lot to like a place like. Thinking under the barn. Hey.
Kind of like those houses on hills.
Yeah. Like arches, like here. Or they could go under the barn house.
Or in the barn. No, I'm kidding.
I'm trying to keep the aesthetic of the barn. I'm trying to keep the aesthetic. Yeah, I can't really do much against the barn. The barn is the center.
You can't have Acro destroying the barn.
Yeah, can't have Acro just wreaking havoc like he does.
He just like kicks down the barn, wrestling a friend.
I don't know, like he's a very sweet guy, and he also commissions me, so I can't say anything bad about him. So I won't say anything at all.
He pays my bills. I can't very good.
He's an odd boy, but he's a good boy.
He's weird. He knows that.
Bills and
Everyone's weird.
No, he's a particular kind of weird. Hey, Maya. Hello, Maya. After I get this commission done, I've got to do yours, and then I got to do Lady Foxtrot's, and then I got 2 others because I got commissioned twice more today.
Time to somehow do a commission. I'm kidding.
No, more commissions. If you were like, oh, also good, I have a commission for you.
Yeah,
like,
I
wait, what?
insane now. Like, I got the.
They're gonna.
What makes sense? This fucking program. How did they break it in a whole update? So
magic.
Fucking stupid.
All the commissions for goat. I do like money, but also this fucking jazz. I just noticed is fucking all over the goddamn place.
What's the point?
I was like, huh. Now I'm having a real nice conversation. I'm slowly getting slightly more and more like anxiety, and I'm like, wait a second. It could be because this music is anxiety inducing.
What do you mean? It's not. It's not.
Perfect song. 10 out of 10. Real gay.
That's just you.
It's just me? Did you hear that?
Yes.
It just me that real gay? Nobody else here that fits that criteria.
No, just you.
Okay. Did you hear that through? You don't fit the real gay criteria.
Aw, damn.
I know. You gotta step it up a little bit.
I gotta be gay too.
You gotta be gay too. Ultra gay.
Yes.
Oh no, I'm not gay anymore. How are you guys today? We're good, Maya. Maya he, Maya ha, Maya ha ha.
Yes.
Yes.
Ultra, I guess.
Yeah, this is not great. You know what? Thank you so much for the jazz.
Camera makes no fucking sense.
Camera's having a field day with
Condoms thought, screw it, I want to be a circle. The problem was, it wasn't a circle, and even today, its descendants most often start their lives out
Oh
as
man,
two-sided
nice.
bilateral babies. But evolution can do magical things if you get it drunk
Nice.
enough.
How
And as
many was
these
that,
babies
Maya?
grow, a second baby, a round baby, starts to grow inside them. The second baby kind of eats the original baby and then bursts out into the world. That's one way to do it. This new body plan of echinoderms has radial symmetry and is a marvel of engineering. First off, the skeletons of echinoderms are made out of this crap. It looks like a bag of evidence from when they finally arrest the tooth fairy. These pieces are called ossicles, and they're made by cells that are almost like little 3D printers. They come in all sorts of shapes and sizes, and often look like something you might find on a tray at Satan's dentist. Up close, you can see that these ossicles are made out of a porous honeycomb mesh of magnesium calcite.
God damn
All
it.
those little holes allow tissue to grow inside them and to connect them to other ossicles in a kind of 3D jigsaw
My
puzzle.
nuts.
It's a little like evolution got a model airplane kit,
What the
but
fuck
where the
did you do to
pieces
your
weren't
nuts,
labeled,
dummy?
so there was
It's
nothing
just-
left to do but sniff the glue and get creative.
Just nuts.
It's just weird. It's that they're hurting. I'm like, oh goddamn, why are you hurting? Gotta put them in the right position. They're being
That's
annoying
hurting
right now.
for scoring.
Might need to go to the male doctor just in case, just to double check, make sure nuts are old and as hopefully it's nothing. I don't think it's anything. This is a story about goat and a girl. A girl name is Ashley and she's 30 years old. Goat name is Jason. There's no age. And goat stand up when Ashley saw a goat. A goat stand up weird. And Ashley walk away slowly in a room. Goat opened the door and the goat has a peeper and Ashley was naked and they started to kiss. Okay, thank you. What you working on? Oh, I'm working on a barn. I'm working on a barn castle. Working on a castle that has a barn aesthetic. Now, there is actual barn castles, but we're going with a more like American barn. Hell yeah.
I don't understand.
215 follows and 20 subs. I got 22 subs and 215 followers. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Burp. I'm so sorry. That I know that's your word.
It's fine.
I'm appropriating it. I'll ask next. I'll ask for
okay.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay.
Okay.
I have not made the MERP. I am not the first to say MERP, so I don't know.
But we know you're the MERP police.
Oh. I didn't know I was this. I must have forgotten.
Yeah. We know that you're the MERP police.
Goat took the coat out the moat that flowed through old remote hole down the slope in the moat.
Huh.
I am now El MERP police.
Yep. If you guys
throw you
didn't
in MERP jail.
Yeah. You're gonna have to throw people in the MERP jail. Yeah. Sounds a bit gay, but you know, that's life.
First person's heathen.
Even right. Get a little mini vacation in MERP jail.
Yes.
A little mini vacation. Oh my god, MERP means something. I have no idea what it means to be honest.
It's just a noise, honestly.
It's just a noise.
It's a noise circles make.
MERP, what's that? Oh, it's just a noise.
Yes.
Just be honest.
I go to jail. Even's just happy.
The resulting skeletons can be quite flexible, like those in the arms of the brittle star, for example. Or when they're fused together,
Like,
they
oh,
can
jail?
form a
Yes,
solid
please.
dome or
Sign
test
me
of a
up.
sea urchin. But these parts aren't just internal. You can see them on the surface of the sea star as well, in the form of spines or these little crazy things called pedicellari. They might not look like much, but you'll see. In the sea star, the skeleton forms a body cavity, as you can see with this one, who's had a bit of a rough day. This cavity is filled with organs and what is essentially seawater. But listen, this isn't just some star-shaped water balloon. Hidden in there is one of the most advanced hydraulic systems found in nature. Look here, on the top of sea stars you'll find a little nipply thing. It looks like where you'd put the pin in to blow up a ball of sport. This is called the magic porite. Too close, Jerry. This looks
Banana, I'm gonna have to call you out on that.
Oh, damn.
Calling you out on that.
But banana.
Yep, calling you out on that. Oh yeah, I forgot to say farm, so Ashley was in the farm. Ashley saw goat.
Sloppy high bun milk.
I support, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
I'm going insane, buddy.
Bun Milk going insane. Insane in the... Hope you're good, Bun Milk.
Justinian still hasn't replied. Yay! Yay!
Hope life's treating you well, Bun Milk.
Burnt milk.
Puzzles are hopeful. Not dying over there. Hope you are not dying.
Yes.
Oh. Why, that's a lot of bits. A lot of money. Actual money, Bun Milk, but...
Panic.
Hope you enjoy your game. I hope you... That's $300. I hope you enjoy it.
Oh.
Alright. Night, Ice Boy. Enjoy yourself. You're right over there, Zara?
No.
No. Dead inside?
Always. What?
Whoa.
Saying that to myself. Sometimes.
Damn. It's dark. Dark.
I know, I'm edgy. Ooh, no, I'm kidding.
Whoa. The edgelord here. Alright. Have a good one, Ice Boy. Thank you for coming in. Yes. Good. Let's see these poses. Nice. Nice, Sloppy Sab. Nice. Good, 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 good. You're fine, Bun Milk. You're fine, Bun Milk. It's what you want to do. Live your life however you want to live.
Yes.
Yeah. You want to pay $300 to Diablo. I've seen it. Even dropping a fat 30, I still can't get good shit. It's Diablo. Bun Milk, it's Diablo. You're literally gambling. It's not trying to be rude to you. It is gambling. But it's what you want to do. I'm not.
It is your monies.
Yeah, you do what you want to do with your money.
I spend money on too much art, so there you go.
But milk, completely fine. What you want to do? No one's judging you. Everybody loves you, Bun Milk.
Yes.
Yeah. Been nothing but a wonderful part of this community. We love you. Zara also loves you. I know it deep down in there. He's gotta love you. Such a good artist, and you're so wonderful, talented.
Nopish.
I'm gonna head to bed. No, something's happening. No!
Like, how dare you need to slip? I'm kidding. We thought goat was goat. He's actually cat.
And that's when Jesus anamorphed into a dead guy.
And that is when we tried to out-bun the bun.
Yeah. Oh, Milk. We know. Sometimes life can be a bit difficult. And it does get annoying sometimes. No, it's Sloppy Sam. It's hard to go back to reality when reality sometimes sucks ass.
Yes.
Like when they're stuck in your fucking teeth.
Or an ass, I mean, what?
It is a me, bro.
Finally figured out the workaround. So I figured out what they fucked up with the camera, and I was able to hack my way to it. And I've just done it. The camera is now fucking centered after 2 hours.
Nice.
So I figured out why it's fucked. There's a moment where I was silent for like 2 minutes while I was rotating the camera back and forth repeatedly. So the focal point, they fucked up the focal point code, because usually you set a focal point and then you can rotate around that point. That's how it works. While I was rotating back and forth several times, I noticed something. It was supposed to keep a specific focal point, and the focal point kept moving while I was rotating. So for some reason, it's not stuck in place like it should be, like how it has been forever. So when I'm centering an object, it centers the focal point, but the focal point moves, so it doesn't center it. So I just centered the object, and then I went into my canvas settings and slid my canvas over, and now it is centered. I don't even know how to properly explain that to tell them, like, on Twitter or anything. I don't even know. How do I...
I'm unsure.
It's like, it centers it, but it centers it, like, to a canvas that I don't have. I need to type this in my tweets so people else are in this issue. It centers the object on a camera eye. I'll tell Evelyn, because she just went live and she'll love to hear that I just spent 2 hours trying to troubleshoot fucking Clip Studio. My fucking brain.
Well, Fun Milk, it's not that hard. Look, it's okay. Draw when you want to. If you want to go draw, go draw. Why don't you just draw something simple? Draw something fun.
Naughty. This one's better. It's like a yearbook glamour shot. The madreporite is essentially a valve that leads to a series of canals. The canals are connected to rows of these little tube-like nubbins. The top parts sit inside of the sea star and the bottom parts stick out. Here you can see where the little canal runs down the length of the arm, and these here are the little sticky out bits. Two groups of muscles control the flow of water within these little tubes. One group pushes water down and elongates them. The other shortens them by pushing water back up to the top. These tubed feet, as they're called, run down the length of each arm in a groove. These grooves are often protected by spines, and sometimes they can even close up. It's like a dream that a dentist would bring to therapy. In sea stars, one of the functions of these tube feet is walking. Sometimes the tips of the feet are pointy, and up close they can look like an old man in a cold pool. This style of tip is especially good for digging around and burying yourself in the sand. Look at this one, he's doing it all fancy. In other species, these tube feet end in these sort of disc shapes. Looks a bit like an elephant that tried to snort a frisbee. These discs, can secrete a kind of a glue, as well as an anti-glue. This allows the sea star to navigate rough terrain or to hold on in a strong current. Science hippies believe that these feet operate more or less independently, following a set of simple rules. Hold on until you're stretched too far and then let go. Then swing forward and reattach. These simple rules can lead to two styles of
copy my angles so I don't have to do this ever
doing their own thing. It's slow, but it gets the job done. But they also have a get me the hell out of here sort of walk. In the right conditions, clusters of feet start moving at the same time, and it creates a faster bouncing style of movement. In the world of sea stars, this is a bit like a gallop. Now, relatives of the sea stars, the brittle stars, felt like this way of walking didn't quite have enough pep. Instead of using tube feet,
hey guys, aren't you glad I spent 2 out of my 3 hours
stroke with a leading erection, and they're good
troubleshooting Clip Studio Paint's shitty update.
To change direction, they don't turn; they just lead with a different arm. I mean, they're not facing in any particular direction because they don't have a face, and that's what happens when you forget to evolve a head. And they can be quite cute, especially when they're little. Look at this one; he's adorable. But look at this right here. I know what you're thinking. Why does that fish look so freaked out? It's just a harmless little brittle star. Well, just wait till you hear what happened to Marjorie. But first, a message about our sponsor. If you like learning as much as I do, and I do, you'll want to do it your whole life. And today's sponsor, Brilliant, is an excellent partner on that journey. Brilliant is an interactive STEM learning platform that helps you deeply understand concepts in science, math, and computer science. Their course in everyday math is a great example of how they approach teaching the fundamentals. And let's face it, we could all use some brushing up on our fundamentals. Interactive and visual exercises.
Even though I saved the camera, I'm too scared to change the camera.
Or how you might go about finding the area of a weird shape.
I have to do that
you can tackle these in bite-sized pieces when your brain's up for it. But trust me, these are concepts that you will return to again and again, regardless of what you're interested in. To get started for free, visit brilliant.org/ZEFRANK or click on the link in the description. The first 200 people will get
Hayden Christensen, the actor.
I hope I don't push people away. I hope I don't push people away. I always worry that I push people away, make them feel like they're unwanted.
He has come instead. So nice.
I just feel like I might be coming off as too strong or something like that.
Coming.
Funny cum joke. The coom of coom.
Always worry about that. I don't know. Maybe it's a dumb word.
Back.
Yeah, I have the same worry, so you're fine.
What kind of music should I have?
Kind of music that doesn't make you want to just throw the damn thing out the window. I'm always worried that I'm doing something wrong. But that's
don't blame that worry.
Hello, Solary Fox.
20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription. I'm a fan and happy to have them as a sponsor. Where were we? Oh, right. So Marjorie the squid was out there minding her own business, got a little distracted and wound up in the wrong neighborhood. And look, a brittle star just reaches up and grabs her. She gets away from that one, but the problem is she's surrounded. They're friggin' everywhere. Bad day for Marjorie. That's what you get if you don't pay attention. Don't worry, she gets away. Just kidding. She dies. I'm telling you, brittle stars are quite aggressive. One finds dead fish and suddenly it's a full-on rumble.
Yeah, it's funny art
that one's getting away. Run away! I digress. Now, brittle stars do have tubed feet. They just don't use them for walking. Instead, it turns out that tubed feet can be used to do all sorts of things. For one, they can absorb oxygen and be used for breathing. Your foot can't do that. Your foot's boring, and it's not just breathing either. On the tips of their arms, sea stars have a cluster of thin, wispy, modified tubed feet. These seem to have
you can't have sex with them.
That's with the bear.
of different molecules in the water around them. Now, they don't have a central brain, but instead they have a distributed nervous system. The arms and even individual parts of the arms.
Oh, I love these. Someone uploaded
decisions like which way to move are made by integrating the signals across all of the arms.
So like suggestions, they're like, no,
chemical signal.
Don't be creative. Gosh, how about you reading? Why are you not giving a shit classes? Oh, I thought it said creating. It said crediting. My bad. I'm like this doesn't have anything to do with creating shit. I'm like, oh, it's crediting. I already know how to fucking credit shit. It's not hard to cite a source.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Ignoring.
Very hard. What are you talking?
It's not hard. If you need to make a how-to cite sources thing for Twitter, society is lost.
So hard to just give people credit. Like
it's so hard just to like type a name.
Or even remember that name that you
calling go out on social media.
Do it. I like being called out.
You called your fucking dick out.
Whoa. I don't know how to feel about it.
That's right. But you now, you stupid fucking bitch.
Whoa.
That's my favorite part of that video. Remember that part, Cope?
Which part?
It says, I got you now, you stupid fucking bitch. So I'm gonna watch it right now. I was gonna go to that part because it's so fucking good.
The most replayed part?
No, the most replayed part's the clown part because people remembered that clowns exist and they want to fuck them. That's the most replayed part. Objection, he made fun of me.
I shall do the go for now.
Oh, we miss you though. Thank you for spending a little bit of time with us, the Ruru. Night night.
I know he says, I got you now, you fucking moron, bitch. That's such a good line. Get you now, you moron, bitch. Okay, well, we're gonna listen
like
to
that.
Shut Up, I Have an Erection.
Oh, also, since you recommended that one Phoenix Wright video, I found YouTube's like, oh, there's this other funny person that makes funny ha-has.
Objection. He made fun of me.
It's where it's like, it's where it's very, very stupid. I'll show you the channel. It's the fun.
My client can't hit that juju on the beat.
What? Oh.
This is 7 times.
Oh, I'm glad to have you in my chat. I'm glad to have you anywhere, Thuru. Here.
Because I'm very proud. You have to watch my dick and reflect. It's a piece you need to call the police. This whole Joe applause. Yeah, go hold your fucking applause.
I love it. That song is very fun.
What song?
Having a
Whoa, yeah,
not right now. I was being a nerd and looking at laptops, and I saw a review of one that was basically a fucking Paradox man. Oh, okay.
Look, on the right hand side I have a bookshelf, on the left hand side I have a dick.
Desk?
That's what I said.
I would say make the desk actually like maybe parallel.
I think it more parallel to what?
What's the other word? Not parallel. Like it's not on the wall, but it's its own thing. Like it's I forget. I'm very bad. Hey Casper. I'm so bad at it.
One of those like mini bookshelves here. Yeah, I can put the scrying table on here because I do want to keep the scrying table. I want to keep it magical.
We're in their corner and on it because their local agent is a small business owner too.
I want to keep the shelves, but I want to change the shelves up since I don't know.
Make the shelves a little.
Let's see if I can download a chair asset because I want to put a chair in, but I'm not gonna put like a cube in and be like that's a chair because then I have to think about how to draw a chair all by myself.
Perpendicular? Make it perpendicular. That's what I
don't
mean.
think you know what that means. What do you think perpendicular means?
It's not parallel.
Perpendicular means it makes a 90-degree angle with another line. So if something's 90 degree, if there's two lines that makes a 90-degree angle, those lines are perpendicular.
Okay. So I guess it would be perpendicular from the left wall.
What? Why would a desk do? Why would you make a desk do that?
I mean, where it's not on the wall, so it's kind of.
Why would you want perpendicular to a wall?
The wall? I mean, if it's straight going away from the wall, it's
gonna take up so much space in the middle of the room.
Yeah, because a lot of times they need it to take up space. I mean, sometimes people do that. Have you ever been to an office where they do that? They do that all the time.
I don't think you know how anything works.
Whoa. That's that sounds like it's your opinion.
Sounds like I'm right and you're wrong.
Right, whoa, whoa.
Right, and you're wrong. I'm right and you're wrong. Whoa, that's a gaming chair 3D model of the office. I just got like a fucking like cool snazzy office chair 3D model. Why there's like well it's just like folding chairs.
I know what you want. They know what you want. They're like, we know you're
Here we go. Oh, that one costs fun. Fuck you. 3,500 CP. Fuck you.
Thank you. It'd be funny, or maybe yo mama. Oh, thank you, Cass.
Okay, this person's chair. Let's use this chair. This chair's pretty good.
See that little orange thing? You know what that is? It's a freaking eye. Each arm has a friggin' eye on the end. How crazy is that?
So, what virus link did you send me?
Stare. That's just how the sea star
funny.
do. If they ever evolve faces like a people, this is what you'd be looking at. Right before you got a tubed foot up your... Well, this compound eye sits on, you'll never guess this, a modified tubed foot. Up close, you can see that it's a cluster of photoreceptive cells, which look a bit like something you might see a urologist for. See sea stars see, but they're not crazy good at the seeing thing. You know, you wouldn't want their help with a jigsaw puzzle, but it's probably good enough to help the sea star get its bearings. An eye on each arm means that sea stars can have a near 360 degrees simultaneous field of vision. Can't sneak up on sea star. Sea stars sneak up on you. Some species have even fancier bits. The sea star Lynchia levigata is an eye that is surrounded by darkened... Really? Again? Alright. Tube feet. I really feel like we could make a case for dropping the word feet. These darkened but see-through tubes seem to act like sunglasses. And look at that. They can close their eye all the way. They can friggin' wink. With the help of their sensory tubes and little eyes, sea stars can search around for things.
This is very small, Jerry.
It seems slightly. I would say it's in slight small.
Like what, a chair seat should be at like about your knee height, I think. Because your feet need to touch the ground. It's its smallest chair. Okay, that's about knee height now. Just slide this into the corner. Nice little corner chair. That looks like kind of too tall. Yeah, this chair look nice. This chair look the right size.
Give it a look. Let's give it. Now it looks like it's a high chair. Now it looks like you're in baby.
Chair model fucking sucks.
It looks.
Chair model.
This chair model, it makes it look like you're in baby land. You're in baby doll land.
It's just small ass chair.
It makes it look like they're like. We ran out of regular seats. Here's the baby seat over here.
It's not just fucking like lounge chair here at all.
Oh, but the browser source is offline. Fuck did that?
Why are you offline? What the fuck did you do? You fucking.
It says the browser is offline.
Bitch.
Don't alert. Hey, refresh it.
Now you moron, fucking bitch.
Refresh it.
It looks like you're going to the shadow realm, Jimbo.
Yes, he would fucking go a
There we
chair.
go. There
It's
you
the
go.
type of chair I'm fucking looking for. And it's labeled throne. It's not even labeled chair. It's not a throne. You can't. Fuck you. Whoever made this model.
Fuck you.
It's not a throne. Finally, I found it, but it was labeled
Different
throne.
species are looking for different things, preferably something they can catch, which does limit it a bit. Some of them just sort of sift through crap that they find in the great litter box of the ocean floor. Mud stars full-on bury themselves and eat mouthfuls of it. Their mouth's already pointed that way, and they don't have to move that far, so that's good. Downside is they're eating mud. Other species prefer coral, which sometimes comes on a stick. It's like if you found a shish kebab the size of a palm tree. Just climb on and start eating your way to the top. These sea stars don't really have teeth or the kind of mouth you can chew with, so instead they evert their stomach, which is a fancy science word for saying turnsy insidesy outsy. The stomach then just starts digesting on the outside. Sucks for the coral, horrible way to die, and it can take months. If a sea star has a taste for a stupid clam, it can use its little suction cup feet to pry apart the shell wide enough so that it can stick its stomach in there.
Why is the chair tiny too? What the
My
fuck?
stomach can't do that. Well, not with
Baby
that
ass
attitude.
chair.
Have a bowl of chili and a bottle
2 feet
of
off the
Southern Comfort.
ground.
I bet you could barf your stomach into a clam.
It's a 2D picture. It's not even a model. What?
Have a different technique. They
I
suspend
literally looked up. I'm in the models section.
Right.
Fuck you.
Things that float
It's a
by
two.
with the help of their pedicellarium. Alright, I still have to tell you about the pedicellarium. As if they weren't crazy enough, sea stars are often covered in hundreds, if not thousands, of little pinchy pinchers. Sometimes they surround spines in clusters that can almost look like little pom-poms of death. Up close, you can see they're no joke, like little bear traps, and they actually work. They come in different shapes and sizes.
I'm gonna just do this one and then just copy it and then put it over to the extra one.
There we go.
I'm cheating.
Basic fancy chair. That's the name of this model.
How to use them to
fucking finally a chair.
Even small
It's a
fish.
3D model.
Now the sea urchins went next level with all this. They have three-sided pedicellarium that are often on the end of long stalks. Up close, they can sometimes look like forceps. In the flower sea urchin, these little jaws are covered in a membrane, which, when open, make them look like tiny round flowers. But when they're disturbed, they snap shut into a little star shape and deliver a toxin. It's crazy, right? It just gets weirder and weirder. They're probably going to evolve to shoot them out like little drones. Well, that already happened. When the collector urchin senses a predator is about, it ejects a whole bunch of its pedicellari into the water, and they just float around.
Why is it giant?
Into anything they touch. It's like a little cloud of pain. Anyway, while Brazil...
It's the fucking default size it came in at.
Let's see. See that. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my god.
Change the size. It's not letting me scale it.
We're gonna. That's pro.
What the fuck?
I'm just gonna do it. Guys, don't say anything to Bedragon or anybody like that. Just don't tell them that I'm doing a big cheat over here.
Is there a single fucking chair model on this entire fucking Clip Studio thing?
To suspension feed. Another relative of sea stars, the crinoids, figured out a different way to do it. Their arms have evolved into what basically can look like feathers. These arms are lined with tube feet and mucus-covered cilia. Little particles get trapped and then moved to the center of the arms, where
office chair number 1. I'll edit it to be fancy.
Transport them down towards.
He's just being asked that work.
Let the food come to. Holy shit!
So I can set the scene before I start drawing everything and then redraw it a billion
times. Some feather star crinoids can get quite fidgety. Look at this one walking around on his fingertips. One group in the order Cometula even figured out how to swim.
What?
They have done no art.
Can't exactly throw them in the deep end, can
you? You're just not the most perturbed right now. You're just like, fuck. God damn it. I guess I can't do any fucking art.
Swim until they find a new place to grab on with those, well, the science hippies call them Siri. But come on, those are witch fingers. And if you know anything about witch fingers, you know how good they are at grabbing. Go ahead and click.
So what's the plan, Peter Pan? You giving up for the night? You're gonna be like,
office chair work. Why is it turned 90 degrees by default? That's so stupid. Why is its rotation point like that? Can these people not make fucking models to save their fucking lives? It's just scalable, whatever.
Is it me or does Zara-san psychotically chipper?
Look at the fucking rotation point. Why is the rotation point like this?
It's pretty funky. Gonna give it a funky out of 5. Hey, Nix. Hello.
You fucking nerd bitch.
Whoa.
Fucking nade.
I'm in the middle of drawing a castle. In the middle, I'm drawing
fucking chair in the
barn-like
room.
I ran out of funny sayings. Pretty good one.
Hey, now let me look at my reference and see what else I can add. So I want this to be a study. I could add a second layer, like you can just barely see that this is a 2-story room.
Yeah.
That's effort.
Are you getting ready for work, Nix?
Oh, what are you, heathen now?
What?
Going to work?
Well, you just woke up from a long nap. Also might be a possibility. Which, I'm just like, wait a second, it's 3:57, of course he's not getting ready for fucking work.
No, now it isn't to be tired, so...
Just woke up, it's 3, it would be 4 something.
Alright, you can
Still
change
no.
the colors of objects. So I'm gonna change this color so I can see it better. And then I'm gonna slide it up so that I know what it's supposed to be. Gee, how would a second floor work with the chimney?
Second floor chimneys? They work.
No, chimney that goes to the second floor.
A chimney that goes to the second floor?
Yeah, it's the first floor chimney. Like all chimneys are on the first floor. I don't do all of the Hellfires. I thought I was on Shuffle. Oh, I'm not on Shuffle. Okay. It's like Shuffle, really.
Oh wait, I got one. Knock knock. No, that's not gonna be funny. I know. I just needed a little extra sleep tonight, sweetie. I'm getting ready to stream. 12:15 p.m. I'm grabbing Nightingale to see Jurassic Park. Oh, okay. You mean Jurassic? Yeah, Jurassic World. Sorry.
I could set up like one of those weird like podiums that you see in like fantasy shit, but never in real life.
Right.
It was just a podium that's holding a single book. Who the fuck does that? Are you ever gonna go into a library and see one of those? Like, no.
Yeah.
But they're always in like wizard shit, where it's like, the magic book on the podium. Like, that's my most cursed magic book. I put it on a podium instead of on the bookshelf or in a box.
Or somewhere where you can't find it.
It's always on a podium.
It's always somewhere you can find it, easily found. Like no one reads it.
Winx Club go, best show Winx Club. It's they just have like a podium that you put a book on, and then like a light will fucking shine on it so you can read it. Like it's like if you just like left a book there, it would look like a very important book. You can just put any book there, and that's how it works.
I like it when it's just like, why are they reading it on a podium? It's like because they are in the middle of like doing research with it. So like they have it
in your hands.
No, like it has like a podium. It has like one of those things that you can move the podium, and it's like a little thing that you put on your desk. It's a tiny podium you put on your desk, and then you have all your shit around it.
Never heard of that or seen that.
I've seen.
Yes, guys, I'm moving my camera so if I don't have to fucking claw my eyes out to fix it. What if I made a podium that's like built in the bookshelf, like right here? See, a podium should be about chest height. It's about chest height.
Guys, it's okay. I'm just listening to true facts of starfish.
You need that support up front.
Wow.
Don't you do that in some
Wow.
hippies. Another group of crinoids, the seaweeds, decided to go more like full-on plant with roots and all. They have a long stalk that attaches quite firmly to the sea floor. This holdfast keeps them anchored and in place, even when they're pummeled by strong currents.
What?
I'll water your fucking elephant.
Please do. They need water.
Too fucking bad. I stole it.
Well, too fucking bad. They're elephants. They'll stomp you if you don't take care of them.
So fuck them.
Fuck them.
Why not? Luxodons are hot. You're saying Luxodons?
Did you say the Flintstones are hot?
Luxodon.
I said Luxodons.
Oh.
Like my latest D&D character. Did you guys read about that when I posted about him? Did you?
I'm not saying no, but tell the truth.
The barbarian rogue.
Oh yeah.
All truth and nothing but the truth.
The barbarian rogue. My barbarian rogue Luxodon.
That's pretty funny. I can't wait to hear about it. His misadventures. Sounds pretty cool. Zara, I can't wait.
You know, my next Mitz fan art is gonna put her in a jar.
Okay. I can put her in a jar. I can.
Jar Mitz.
Yeah, I can put her in a jar. Not a problem.
I'm not awake. I literally thought he said